the elimination of world-class talent Phil Ivey at the end of day 3, the biggest Pot-Limit Omaha event of the summer is down to its final 5 combatants. Who will win the $2.2 million up top and the gold bracelet? There's only one way to find out. Watch the final table right now. Hello everyone and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker from a broiling Las Vegas desert. Event number 51, the 25K PLO is what's on tap, and it isn't the only thing buzzing about the horseshoe. Event 48, the 1K seniors, a 10K horse, and a $2,500 mixed triple draw, all occupying plenty of the felt spread out between Paris and Horseshoe. Ali Najad and Jesse Sylvia, pleased to have you with us in this protracted 4-day affair that will crown a champion here tonight. Might that champion be Talal Shakerchi, a nosebleed high-stakes cash game player and a legend of the online streets as well. EPC champ in 23. Michael Duek, name that could be familiar to some of you. More on that later. 2022 World Series of Poker main event, 3rd place finisher. Dennis Weiss, one-time bracelet winner, looking to adorn a second wrist. Consecutive years. And let's take a look at how the stacks shape up here. Brought to you by PokerStars. Weiss is your chip leader, and not by a bashful amount. Just look at the margin between he and Duek, nearly a 2-to-1 lead. Shakerchi on Duek's heels, Krentzman not far behind, and then we trail off to Jeffrey Hakim in 5th. 489 entries originally in this one, and there are the chunky payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker. 7 figures will go to the podium finishers with 2.3 up top on tap, 540K with a healthy jump of 200,000 roughly if you can crack the top 4. And well, Jesse, as we're set to get these cards in the air and you look out at these 5 players, what were your initial perceptions about what we rate to see here today?
Well, I caught a little bit of the action last night. I thought that Weiss welded the big stack quite well. He just was keeping a lot of pressure on in smaller pots and kind of getting out of the way when played back at in a very tiptoe through the raindrops type of vibe.
Well, he rates to apply some pressure here as he will begin.
Yeah, this is a beautiful start.
3 Broadway cards, double suited. 3 dangler working toward the wheel.
It just becomes that much more important to have the ace-king type of cards in your hand when you're in these ICM environments. And then also just as stacks get shorter, we really need to have blockers to aces and kings. So this is just a great hand to have.
Yeah, I refer to it quite often when we get late stage like this, but if you have that breakaway big stack and you have a clear short stack, you throw the shackles on everybody in midfield and you kind of play ICM warden in jail.
Yeah, it almost feels unfair to be a runaway chip leader in a PLO tournament because equities run so close. You just get to put the pressure on all the time and nobody's really comfortable playing back at you ever. Even when they have aces, sure, they're ahead and they're going to pot over your open, but it's not like they're crushing in terms of how far ahead they are.
Well, there's a look at the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic. I confess, it looked like we had 2 different $500,000 chips up there. I'm not clear. You know, I'm not trying to necessarily throw anyone under a bus, but maybe a pink slip is in order. No, I'm kidding. Lord knows I'm the last person to be issuing pink slips around here. Let's see what Duek has on his mind. Jack 994, a muck from the button over to Hakim. Pressure on him as the short stack, if that's a fair way to describe it, because I know we've had conversations about maybe the short stack feels unencumbered because things are a bit more straightforward, but he does have playable depth.
Yeah, he navigated brilliantly last night as well as one of the middling stacks that can often be the hardest stack to sort of work your way through a final table, and found a number of good spots to pick up chips uncontested.
750.
Beautiful situation for Weiss to put some pressure on.
And you see Hakim forced to concede as Weiss picks up yet another one. Let's get to know our chip leader, Dennis. $345,000 plus in career tournament earnings across 20 caches, for the 35-year-old who's from Hamburg, Germany originally, but now lives in Vienna, Austria. And Jesse, you and I know all too well how much of a think tank Vienna in particular is when it comes to high-stakes poker.
Yeah, you might say it's the strongest country, or city, I should say, in the world in terms of poker prowess.
Fedor Holtz calling it home. Matthias Eibinger also hailing.
I was a little surprised to see the German flag next to his name. You often see the Austrian flag instead for a lot of these guys. But he's repping the fatherland, is that what they call it?
Deutschland, but yes, sure, motherland, fatherland. He may think twice, though, when German IRS comes calling for the payday slice, and maybe the Austrian flag moving forward.
Yeah, that's a ballsy flag to rep.
It's an expensive flag to rep,
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Queen Jack 9-8, not going to make things expensive from the button is Hakim, and that is a playable rundown, but he is looking at his stack in a precious way.
Yeah, that's a great example of how things change at a final table, and with the chip leader behind you, that's a hand you'd be very happy to open in a cash game.
Is it 900? Oh, shit, 300, isn't it?
Well, Weiss going to be opening. Shakerchi, not one to be pushed around, Jesse. Have watched this man play a tremendous amount. Maybe some don't realize he used to play huge volume on PokerStars under the name Raids a lot.
Yeah, you know, for a guy who considers himself a recreational poker player, he has more volume than a lot of the pros
Yeah.
who have ever stepped in the MTT ring.
And what he's got here is a wrap
great.
on an ace-high
pretty
rainbow
good.
board,
Very hot.
where Weiss has top pair and a gutter.
This is what's so fun to me about watching Shakerchi at final tables. Other players might have folded his hand, but Shakerchi's just not going to be bullied by a chip leader.
He likes to take you down the dark alleys, take it to the streets, unafraid of the murky waters. And Weiss apparently unafraid to c-bet here.
2850.
Oof. I was going to say, Weiss has a nice piece of it. You could certainly lead out, but man, when you are raised, this hand becomes really difficult to navigate. Probably just going to let it go, I would imagine, although Weiss can be a bit sticky.
You're just so adrift if you do peel and just hope that Shakerchi comes off the accelerator pedal, especially with the lack of a spade out there.
Those were my thoughts exactly, and why I would consider folding here, but Weiss is unafraid to play these difficult spots.
And
He
note
really
that
is.
Shakerchi has king high, Jesse, but he's got 12% edge in equity with 2 to come. And now with the 7, he makes the second nuts. Weiss is drawing dead, checks it over.
Wonder what we're doing here. Probably imagine our opponent doesn't have some of his more nutted hands, pocket aces, pocket sixes, maybe even top 2 with some backup, because you would expect him to just shove flop. So yeah, he checks it back. It's sort of a pot control, and also maybe we get paid off a bit more easily on the river if we check back the turn.
Sure.
Full rainbow board, not a lot to worry about.
And it's so much easier to check back with that dry spade on the turn. No backdoor flush draw to be concerned about or to seek to charge a price of. And now with Weiss checking a second time, here comes the value bet from Shakerchi. His hand fading to the 3rd nuts.
And now I have to imagine Weiss lets it go.
What do we beat?
Yeah, just not a lot of strong blocker effect. You have a 3, but that's not that great. Probably one of the weakest hands we ever get to the river with, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, and by the way, he arrives at the river courtesy of Shakerchi not having barreled the turn. Otherwise, you have to imagine he would let his hand go in the face of anything substantive size-wise.
And I think that's part of why Shakerchi's check makes some sense to me, is he's not really ever bluffing when he jams turn. So he decided if he's going to look really strong, he'd like to jam with mostly nutted hands and even trap some of his 5-3s occasionally. Weiss is really thinking about this.
Nice hand.
Well, after a little chew, Weiss does concede appropriately as Shakerchi takes a bite out of your chip leader. And as you touched on, he is not a professional poker player, and yet he has over $19 million in career tournament earnings, Jesse. 73 cashes. And there he is, 4th on England's all-time money list, not putting in nearly the volume of the players ahead of him. So quite impressive when you consider that 61 years of age, the fund manager just dabbles. And yet there he is, squarely in the top 5.
Quite impressive is right, Ollie. When I grow up, I want to be Talal Shakerchi.
I would like to be Talal Shakerchi right now, Jesse. Why do I have to wait? And by the way, especially given that I don't know that if I've not grown up at 47, that I ever will. So why prolong it to the point of impossibility?
Look, man, I already called it. So
You want to rock, paper, scissors for it?
we could do that.
Real quick. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, go. All right, we both went scissors. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, go. We both went paper. Rock, paper, scissors, go. We both went paper again. This is ridiculous. I'm over it. 10-6-4-4 for Krentzman here in the big. Weiss, unclear what's prompted him to make it 1 million and a tickle.
That felt kind of special, Ollie.
We were dialed in. my
Yeah.
friend. I'm actually happier at that.
That was really nice.
Things have been going largely nice for Dennis. Did talk about him being from Hamburg. Didn't talk about the fact that he is a PLO specialist. Coming off of a bracelet winning summer last year. And wouldn't you know it, it wasn't a was it a 5K? Yes, it was a 5K Euro buy-in, but this was in Rosvadov, so World Series of Poker Europe, where he won his bracelet, 178K for that effort.
He has the demeanor of a man who's playing his best game.
Yeah,
You catch my
poise.
drift? Yeah.
100%. He seems like very much in control, you know, presenting himself as deeply unflustered and in command of craft. Pretty one here for Krentzman. We love those suited aces, hands that work in conjunction with multiple cards in a few different directions, hands that have reach.
For sure. And being one of the middling stacks along with his partner on his left, you're probably going to see a lot of small blind limping out of Krentzman. Duek can, of course, apply some pressure with the number of hands, but he's also incentivized to be checking back a good bit, especially while Hakim's still in the mix. Hakim?
I go with Hakim.
I like Hakim.
Duek shoots it up to 900,000, and Krentzman's limp with a hand as durable as this was exactly designed not to have faced some sort of 3-bet pot re-raise had he opened with a raise. So he does hang in there, and he looks up at 10-7-4 with a couple of clubs.
It's a nice flop.
Nut flush draw for Krentzman. Unclear what Duek's working with.
Check.
Action. Checked over to Michael.
That's a spicy card in the turn, considering it went check, check. Now, Krentzman has an ace, so he's not as worried about this, but certainly Duek is checking back a number of pocket aces without any backup.
Check.
So, and just some ace highs, so that quite often improves him. He could also have something like ace 7 queen jack, and he made 2 pair on the turn. Krentzman respecting that by checking again. He's picked up a gut shot.
Yeah, he's not looking to inflate this thing, but he's not looking to step aside either.
This is sort of a classic, I have a lot of equity, but my hand still plays better as a check call.
Right.
Because when I'm ahead, I'm way ahead, and when I'm behind, I don't need to inflate the pot anymore and run it with, let's say, like 40% or whatever it is.
And listen, let's not overlook the fact that ICM is on his mind. $200,000 pay ladder plus. If you can just make it to the top 4, and with Hakim on the short stack, you definitely don't want to implode getting yourself needlessly involved into a bloated one. But the check call of 2.1 does put 6.3 in the middle. The 8 of hearts, however, does not put Krentzman in a spot where he enjoys anything more than the ace-jack he held on the turn.
This is going to be a very tricky street for Krentzman to stick around if Duek starts betting. He has a jack, so a tiny bit of blocker effect, but just probably not. Ooh.
Snap check back from Duek, by the way. This feels like a hand that's seeking showdown. Is that ace-8 that he just rolled over?
Looks like ace-8,
Is it ace-5?
5.
It's obviously aces up.
Oh, ace-8, 5-3.
5 of hearts.
So the double gutter on the turn. I think that's 10-3 of spades, or sorry, 8-3 of spades. So there were excuses for Duek to be barreling. But that is a painful blow for Krentzman, who slips down into Hakim territory on the leaderboard. Well, let's cut to a tournament summary of this one, brought to you by Oats Overnight. I touched on the 489 entries, final 5 on your screen, 2.3 roughly for first, $11.5 million in the prize pool, and a slaughterhouse of sorts when we got down to 9 left, as we lost both a lamb, Ben that is, and then a goat in Phil Ivey.
Wow. That was very unfortunate to lose Ivy, especially in 6th place, knowing that we would be broadcasting with 5. It's just such a treat these days to get to watch a final table with Ivy at it.
This segment, by the way, brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. Dennis Weiss continues to look responsible for a lot of the antagonism out here. Understandably, big chip lead, ace-king 8-4, Shakerchi bowing out. Did have a suited ace, but we hate having 3 to a suit as we're blocking our own prospects.
I was about to say, the fact that he was even considering it out of the cutoff with the ace-9, 3-4, 3 diamonds. Shakerchi came to play. Let's put it that way.
Well, you know, I believe it was Nacho Barbero who coined the phrase, ICM is for poor people. And, you know, Shakerchi, not necessarily looking to put the man's net worth on blast, but poor is not the adjective that one would assign to it. That is for sure. But very humble is Talal. Great guy. Genuinely enjoyed the opportunities I've had to get into conversations with him in passing at various events. Huge philanthropist is Talal, by the way. Kind of refreshing, because, you know, you see all this stuff in Hollywood when it comes to people that have backgrounds in finance. And, you know, there can be a lot of debaggery in those streets.
There certainly
can
be.
But count Talal out. Count him in, though, with Queen Jack 9-7 as he shoots it up to $1 million, getting after the chip leaders big.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Wall Street movie where any of the main characters were good people.
Right, like you're like, oh man, what a sweet guy.
Yeah. We've been lucky in the poker world. Some of the biggest names in finance who have come over to poker are really good people. Einhorn.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Greenlight Capital's David Einhorn, big poker aficionado. Quite the player, too, is David. The thing is, you know, their minds, if they're conditioned into successful thought processes for finance, translate so nicely into kind of capital management, which in a way is stack management in any given poker tournament.
Yeah.
Double suited. Ace-4 and a couple of ducks here for Krentzman. Quite worthy of participation, you would imagine. But he will bow out, Jesse.
Yeah, perhaps something he'd play in a cash game, but now that he's sort of reaching this zone of stack where he's not too far away from Hakim's, you have to be a lot more careful.
Here comes Hakim with kings and spades. One Broadway card.
Very likely a situation where Hakim just says, look guys, if you have better, good for
Should
you.
be 2, 3.3.
I'm on the button, I've got kings, I've got a suit.
3.8.
Well, Shakerchi does not
4
have a
behind.
suit, but he does
4
have
behind.
a very reasonable rundown here. King, Queen, Jack, 9. 16-6 coming into this one. He's going to defend.
Yeah, if I know my man Shakerchi, we're seeing 3 here.
Oh, yeah. Durable enough holding. Looking up at 9-8-6, top pair. Nothing more. Got shot straight draw with the Queen Jack. Apologies.
2.55.
Bit of an awkward flop for both players' holdings. Shakerchi, though, does not feel that way. Just leading out, going to put max pressure on Hakim. This is really tough.
Overpair plus the gutter with that 10-6 working.
Mm-hmm.
On Jeff's mind, but is this where he wants to take his stand? Because
What's going on,
Shakerchi could certainly roll up a lot of hands that would put Hakim's holding in a world of hurt. The kind of hands that you would see defend the big, especially from a guy who has the range that Shakerchi does, and just smash this texture.
Oh, yeah, and you could make arguments maybe Shakerchi waits to check raise a hand like 10-7, but if he has something like 7-5, I could absolutely see him just lead out, not give his opponent a free card. And then also, you're not doing incredibly well versus the 8-10 Jack Queens of the world. The pair plus flush draws are actually quite far ahead of pocket kings. So
Oh, you'd love to have that hand over 2 kings
yeah,
2.55 is the pot, right?
in this spot. And this ask for full pot here from Shakerchi represents over half of Hakim's remaining stack. So this would be a go with it proposition for him should he elect to continue.
I would not be surprised if Hakim throws this one in. The fold, I mean. I don't see a lot of combinations that we're that far ahead against. Obviously, we're looking at one right now
How
from
many have I used?
Shakerchi, but
3.
Is the backdoor spades something that's factoring in?
sure. It's an extra 4%. It always matters. But, and the 10-6 matters a lot because you're just not dead very often when you are behind.
Cool.
Yeah, he goes with it. Wow.
Calling bluff.
That's
Well,
a very tough call.
If you weren't going to be surprised by a muck, perhaps you are surprised by this jam. Shakerchi, of course, snapping. And all of a sudden, 10.5 in the middle here, Jesse, out of seemingly left field. Hakim is a 65-35 favorite with 2 to come. He blocks the 10, which would give Shakerchi the nuts straight.
I think with the price he was being laid, he needed something like 38% against Shakerchi, 39% before factoring ICM, so maybe a little bit more after that. Obviously getting it against this exact hand, I don't know how he does against Shakerchi's entire range. It's pretty complicated, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's correct that he's getting that sort of price.
Well, the turn is cozy, and
Ooh.
so is the river, as the Case King giving Hakim top set for good measure. And he summoned some
3.3,
courage there
3.8,
on that flop, and he
3.94.
is rewarded for it.
4, right? 4 even.
Looks like 4 even.
I owe you 3, you said?
Yes.
How many?
4 more.
Oh, exactly 4.
Yeah.
What a great start for Hakim.
Nice, son. Thank you.
Man's got nice taste in watches, too, dare I say. And one could argue sunglasses as well.
Yeah. How do you feel about the hat?
Not my cup of tea, you know, respect. There's a shot of it. He's got it all going. He's got Jacquemus on the lid, Cartier on the lenses, OVO on the threads, and then the AP on the wrist.
Double up on the stack.
I will say that other wrist is looking a little nude right now. What will go nicely, of course, is some gold and 2.3 in your back pocket to go with it. He's on his way now as he draws nearly level with Shakerchi. After that exchange, gets himself off of short stack honors. Krentzman now, sub 8 million.
Nothing compliments a watch like 2.3 million in the back pocket, Ollie.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. That 2.3 is incredibly versatile with respect to the things that it will complement. You know, I've never been like, oh, that 2.3 doesn't go well with insert thing here. It's just.
Nothing complements my tattered lifestyle like 2.3 million in the back pocket, Ollie.
Yeah, I guess that studio apartment on the ground floor maybe isn't as nicely complemented, but.
Well,
that IKEA bookshelf might not be as nicely complemented.
You can be fine, Blue. Thank you.
you make 2.3 million, you might upgrade to some rich mahogany real quick. Catch my
All right,
drift.
Ron Burgundy. Well, with 2.3 million, maybe you step up and play some big cash games. You know what I'm talking about. The second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes action filmed at NAPT Las Vegas in 2024 with Loose Cannon, Jordan Handrich taking on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andrea Kari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. Might have to give that a watch. You know, it's tough because I confess, you know, when you do as much of the booth work, you don't leave work and think, you know what I really want to do? Watch some more poker. But every now and again, something moves the needle. Hakim's needle moving in the right direction.
Raise pot.
Oh, and he's going to inject a pot size raise.
You know, I feel you on that, Ollie, but there are sometimes events where I just have to log in and check it out. This was actually one of them last night. I didn't know I was going to be in the booth today, but couldn't help but watch a couple hours of this final two tables and then eventually the final table.
Well, when our IT department saw that you had logged in yesterday to watch, we realized you were the man for the assignment.
There it is.
They were like, Sylvia's streaming. Go ahead and give him a call.
He earned it.
No calls so far. Around to the small blind of Krentzman. Badugi jack high into the bin. Duek. 3 hearts.
Feeling lucky.
7-5 deuce. The old Clint Eastwood here. And Hakim performing well here in this 150-300 level.
Imagine having Q on the rail for us. How fun would that be?
Trending
Where are you, Q?
in the right direction. Well, let's check in on some of what's going on elsewhere in the room. Down to heads up now in this $1,500 freeze out no limit, where Asher Kniff is taking on Samuel Rosborough. Now, Kniff is a name that could be familiar, courtesy of his 10th place run in the 2022 World Series of Poker main event. You know who else was in the top 10 in that main event back in 2022, Jesse?
I actually do. Am I supposed to spoil this?
Go ahead.
Duek?
Correct. Ultimately finishing in 3rd was Michael, with Asher hauling in $675,000 that year for his efforts, and a cool $4 million going to Duek.
Do you know why I knew that, Ollie?
Cool.
Why?
Because Asher Conniff is my guy. I was
Yeah?
sweating that final. Yeah, he's my good friend.
Wait,
I like him a lot.
but if he finished 10th and Duek finished 3rd, that
Well-
means that after your guy got showered, you hung around to see what was going to happen?
I knew Duek was there. I didn't tell you I knew what place he finished in.
Okay, but you understood he was remaining, so okay, gotcha.
Asher lost a flip on the flop, by the way, which is pretty rare. And I tucked tail and went home.
Those are painful.
Hey.
Shakerchi looking to inflict a little pain here with a club draw. An 8 will do the trick for the time being. Weiss is leading here. He raised it up to 1.05. That's been the order of the day in terms of pre-flop sizing. Shakerchi flatted and now faces a c-bet.
God, it must be frustrating to make the final table of one of the biggest PLO tournaments of the year, come in with a substantial chip lead, think you're going to bully everyone, and then Shakerchi's just on your left, never letting hands go.
Yeah, you're going to have to play down some streets. Deference is not the default setting for Shakerchi.
There might be something to this nacho theory.
Look at this man. 2.45. Asking questions of Weiss here right away. And yes, we have the backdoor hearts, but you know, flush draws become very unattractive on paired boards. Try telling that to Shakerchi. Of course, the 8s are nice for backup for Talal.
This is a confusing one for Weiss because generally in this situation, Shakerchi would have 3-bet most of, if not all of his pocket aces combos.
Okay.
So Weiss is kind of like, whoa, 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 I'm the guy who has pocket aces here. Why are you raising on this board at all? Obviously, there's plenty of other hands that Weiss could have.
I was just going to say, he's also the guy that's going to be playing the broadest of ranges as an open.
Sure, but it doesn't, I don't know if it makes too much sense to Weiss that he's been raised here. It's like if you have a single jack, you would want to pot control to some extent in this chip stack situation. And if you have something like ace jack, why wouldn't you slow play it when it's very likely that I have nothing on this board? So I would be very skeptical if I were him. That said, you're also raising into a board that looks really good for the original raiser, so why are you doing that? Maybe it's strong.
Weiss's skepticism on display in the form of the call. 5 of spades is arid. Lends itself nicely to continuing if you are a non-believer. It does not lend itself in any way to improvement for Shakerchi, who now has position and the betting lead. Action checked over, 7-7-5 in the middle. Checks back. Now we begin to remove Jack X from Talal's range, given the check back there as another dry one rolls off on the end.
I mean, it's certainly possible that he has some kind of king jack rundown type of hand or queen jack. But does he always raise it on the flop? I don't know. Does he always check the turn? If he does raise the flop, I don't know. So we're starting to lose combos very quickly. That small raise did earn him 2 cards, whereas he might have felt like he would be bluffed off of his equity on the turn quite a bit.
I mean, I'm not so sure if Talal flats us in position how proud ace-queen is going to be.
No, maybe not ace-queen specifically. But
right. Talal does end up shutting down, however, and that's a bit of a relief to Weiss, although I do think, given the 2 specific cards that rolled off, we could have very easily seen him making a call. Had Talal gotten frisky, which he did not. And, you know, credit to Talal, too, because he's not one of those guys that isn't thinking throughout those moments. You know, he doesn't just all of a sudden blast himself into orbit. You know, he'll bob and weave, but
yeah, and he's a very smart guy, too. Like, he definitely considered nearly everything I said or everything I said, and then he made the raise in spite of it because he felt like he would raise some jacks there.
Sure. Double suited Jack 8, 7, 6. Again, perhaps one of those cash gamey sorts of hands.
Yeah, it's so frustrating to let a beautiful hand like this go, but you're also raising into the chip leader's big blind. It's tough. It feels really bad playing a final table as one of the short stacks in the PLO format. And it feels great being the chip leader, I have to say.
Well, it feels great not being the short stack. Hakim, 8 figures. Puts 150 out there. Will be allowed to see 3 by the ace-5 deuce-deuce with hearts for Weiss.
Oh, sure, sure.
Yeah, I forgot that. I was waiting for the end of the hint. 2 players.
My bad.
It's okay.
Wow. Smash job here for Weiss. Bottom set with the ace-5 working. Hakim with nothing more than a 5. Checks over.
Certainly a board that Hakim could have began to represent a number of strong hands, and he has that 5 blocker, which is nice, but there's a lot to be said for playing carefully in this situation.
It's got to be 300.
Of course.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's right. That's 300.
Inadvertent underbet from Dennis. held to the 300K minimum. I don't think it's going to take anything more to haul this one in.
The only issue with checking a flop like King 10 with a hand like King 10 7-5 is you're in a very awkward situation when your opponent does bet. You have some connection with the board, but probably not enough to continue.
Well, the win percentage has been strong on the German thus far. Expected to be the case, of course, given all the jockeying that's going to be going on here.
Yeah, this is becoming a really nice stack setup for Weiss.
Shakerchi and Krentzman both lurking down there. You could see a war of attrition break out. Word coming down from our producer Zach that Duek likes to go by Mickey.
I mean, I prefer saying Mickey over Duek. It's a lot easier to. You know, being an uncultured American over here, I have trouble with some of the names
for
that we
me,
have to pronounce.
It conjures animated mice, you know. But okay.
Are you more
Fair
of
play.
a Donald Duck guy? Or what's going on here?
No, it's just, you know, I mean, Mickey naturally, immediate word association is mouse. And I don't think that's the spirit animal for Duek out here by any stretch.
He's got more of a Wolverine type of vibe.
Sure. You know, he's predator, not prey.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Well, the most predacious holding here is Mickey's ace-jack. Top pair, top kicker. Oh, wow, look at this.
Yeah.
Weiss with the seldom seen monotone hand, getting involved from the small with the price, and now all of a sudden taking a swing here with a deuce.
Easily the least exciting of the three, and out of position of both players. Just identifying that that board might be a little bit better for the small blind than the other two players.
Sure.
Duek's in position, top pair. Some other stuff working with it. Yeah, he's not going to let it go right away.
Peels and the 9 of clubs on the turn. Now providing a double gutter to Mickey.
Weiss picks up a gut shot. Still not a lot of hand to work with, but maybe so little that he feels as if he can use it as a bluff. Generally, you'd like to have more equity when you're bluffing in these situations. It's a very equity-driven game.
But, you know, when we're playing a late-stage tournament like this with these big ladders, it's also layered by kind of that ICM, that tournament aspect as well. So you see the influence of both forces. Duek looking to influence Weiss right into the muck here, betting 2 million with the best hand. Just one pair as it stands.
10 seconds.
And
Nice one.
down we go. Now, you know, on the topic of word association, if I told you I know a Mickey from Florida, what city would you come with? Naturally.
I see where you're coming from here.
You
Ali.
would say Orlando.
Yeah, I might say Orlando.
But you would be wrong, because Mickey Duek is from Fort Lauderdale. Hotbed of poker, by the way, is Fort Lauderdale by way of Buenos Aires, Argentina. For Mickey. Touched on that World Series of Poker main event. By the way, Argentina fields some ferocity in the poker streets. You know what I'm talking about. Alejandro Lococo.
Oh, man.
Another main event creature.
Don't get me started. I love Lococo, man.
1 million and
I have a very soft spot in my heart for battle rappers in the first place.
Oh, sure.
And then he's run some really gangster lines in the main event in the last few years. What a special human that guy is.
It's remarkable because there are so many people who would naysay a lot of the kind of deviations that players that are comprised of the sort of DNA that Lococo is, you know, they would just never anticipate his resume attached to that. And yet, he proves time and again that there is a lane available to maybe not get too deep down the solver streets and do a thing or two differently.
You know, every now and then,
Bless
a
you.
poker player comes along who takes you into his world a little bit. And you
And
don't
every now
plan
and
to go
again,
there, but
Jesse, not to interrupt, one comes around with proper etiquette, sneezing directly into the inside of his elbow. Weiss, hat tip. Lord knows throughout the course of the summer, many of us have enjoyed somebody just sharing all manner of sporified airborne viruses with us shamelessly, by the way, you know.
no, you got to do that. You got to have the, what do they call that, the vampire sneeze? You kind of pull the cloak over.
Oh, right, yeah, no, I like down into the shirt
Yeah,
is nice.
that's my move.
the
personally.
full barn owl 180. I applaud this as well.
Yeah, but then somebody behind you
know.
gets the brunt of the.
It depends on the setup. What I really hate is when you think you've done us a favor by cupping both hands over your mouth, then you reach down and look at your cards. I'm like, hey, bud, where do you think all that's going to get schmeared?
There's something missing in the translation in that one, isn't there?
You know, I wouldn't go swabbing any of these shuffle machines. You know.
Oh, you put a black light over any of the poker room, you're gonna have some problems, man.
Kidding me?
Did you ever see that YouTube video of the guy leaned back at the table with his hands fully down his sweatpants? That was a real classic. I don't know if I should even bring that up.
Where are we going with this? Ace 10 deuce, a couple of clubs. We know where Weiss would like to go, and it's into the nut flush. He does have a gutter as well as a little deuce. Duek checking over with the same gutter, but the advantage of top pair. You see that Weiss is the equity favorite, however, here. On the heels of the pre-flop open comes another helping.
I feel like old sweatpant guy was a real warning sign for all of us.
That was foul. That was biohazardous. There's really nothing happening in your sweatpants that I would like to be associated with the deck. You know. Meanwhile, Duek reaching into his stack and delivering the 1.15 requested. Pot growing to nearly 5 million. Board pairing 10 on the turn.
That might be a very awkward card for Weiss. That said, obviously Duek has a number of types of hands with a 10 in it. But if you were to find a second barrel, you may get some ace-high hands to fold. Something like ace-queen, something, no club. Your hand still has a decent amount of equity against a number of hands. Yeah, finds a second barrel. This is... And this gets tricky for Duek, because Weiss could certainly bet a number of 10s himself. He is being laid a pretty nice price here. Not going away quite yet. This is a big pot. I don't know if this is the type of hand that Weiss wants to fire the third barrel.
Well, I mean, how often is 10x just going to take this line against us, and we need to recognize that Duek is not looking to get into some inflated altercation, just given, again, ICM, smaller stacks, things of this nature.
No, I think it's safe to say that Weiss doesn't bet a single 10 too often. He would need a really good kicker, something like King 10. to value bet maybe. I think it's mostly full houses. Yeah, and he really wants his opponent to have hands like the king and six of clubs.
Thanks.
Or say hands with the king and six of clubs. You want them to have that pair plus draw on the turn. When you hold those cards, they're more likely to have a 10 in their hand, I think.
So Mickey doing what few people have managed to do, and that's get the best of Dennis Weiss en route to this final 5. Evidenced by his boss stack, but Duek looking to work his way into the chip lead now, trailing Weiss by just 4 million, let's call it. Performed well here in the early going of this 25K PLO. Well, if you're itching for action, Play Poker Go is where it never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and spin the wheel of gain in the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic poker. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. They don't have it on BlackBerry, Jesse?
Don't get me started, bro.
BlackBerry users are just shut out.
I've been waiting years to be able to play poker on my phone. All right? I got the full keypad ready to go.
Listen, I loved my old BlackBerries back in the day.
I was quite proud of mine as well back when I was a BlackBerry guy.
See, people who are too young don't realize that full keypad, the keyboard, tactile, you know.
It was nice.
It was fire. BBM was like the OG. That was...
You know, when I first met Ashley, we both had a BlackBerry, and that was one of the ways we bonded. It was over our love for our phones.
And poverty. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Those are different times, all right, Ollie?
I'm only teasing. Counterfeiting ace on the turn here after Duek's 5s and trays. Checked it on the flop. Hakim had really no reason to barrel. Still with the best hand, checking once more. Blind versus blind altercation. Limped pre.
This would become an interesting bluff candidate if Hakim were to bet there. Duek might find some check raises. Maybe you want to have a little bit of equity to go with your 5 and 3.
That's good.
Hakim just,
wow. Hakim just letting it.
Yeah, gave up. We're allowed to keep it tidy out there.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. You can always just surrender. I would say that Jack High is probably one of the worst hands he shows up with, so maybe that one goes for it quite often.
You got to make sure those stories that you're telling are going to be credible. As we give you the story of the tournament, brought to you by Splash Sports. Average big blinds at present, 48. Average stack, 14.7. We're in event number 51. Now, you see the two gentlemen back there in the peanut gallery. We're going to pan down away from them. But with all the available seating, because I'm a guy that's a deep believer in like urinal etiquette, I have to, I mean, I suspect they have to have arrived together, right? Because like if you're there by yourself.
You think he sat right
and then
next
the
to
other dude just rolls right on up next. Like that, you know, we're going to have words. We're going to be, the other ones, no?
Are these words stuff like hello and how are you, or are they something a little more nefarious?
Like, you know, hey, weirdo.
A little more aggressive.
You know, maybe row 1 could have been an option. Monotone ace high board here. No spade in 8 cards. Weiss still has 10s, has connected with the 5. Talal hopping in front with the ace.
Hey man, if you're going up for a drink, do you think you could take any other seat in the house, please, when you come back? That'd be cool.
Deuce of diamonds. Shakerchi, by the way, limped this one pre. See Weiss with 5s and deuces now has taken the lead.
It's a bit of a creative limp pre-flop by Shakerchi, but it has all the makings of a hand that likes limping. It can make a lot of nutted hands if it flops an 8 or, you know, 2 or 3 hearts, but not so strong that he wants to start piling a bunch of money into the pot immediately. I think a lot of players might just fold this one, but the fact that Shakerchi has never really backed down affords him the ability to limp some of these hands and not get played back at as much as other players at the table. So maybe a really nice limp based on his image alone. Or I should say just based on his image.
Talal's up to the task, though. Don't let that shot of him, you know, sighing, make you think that he doesn't have plenty left in the tank to bring this one home. If given the opportunity, an opportunity which he is absolutely seizing out here, having worked his way into the final 5. Not a man to be underestimated, you know, and I think more than a few people who maybe aren't aware just how talented Talal is have been guilty of that.
I've been saying this for a long time, but these hyper-intelligent recreational players, they don't stay amateurs for too long.
Yeah.
They really pick up on some of the minutia very quickly, just watching their opponents, knowing that their opponents are some of the best in the world, and kind of figuring out why they're doing stuff. It's pretty cool.
Aces are pretty cool. Obviously, we'd like them to be suited, but 4 suits. Weiss takes them as they are and takes us up to 900,000. Shakerchi will not compete.
Huh. I'm a little surprised by that. That's a fairly playable hand in position.
I confess, I feel like we saw something less attractive in that king high 3 diamond hand, which he ended up making the straight on.
Yeah.
Sticking around, but Shakerchi has bled down quite a bit, so perhaps mindful of what is now just a 20 big blind deep stack.
Yeah, I think when he's tied, or pretty close to tied with Krentzman, it's a very reasonable fold to make. I just, based on, like you said, past decisions, I thought he might peel.
The pot.
Raise 1,000,000.
Weiss pots it.
As we were talking about earlier, having an ace and a king in your hand is so powerful. As stacks get shorter and as you're the chip lead, so ace, king, 3 deuce, while it looks a little rough, this is like a layup open for Weiss. Not just from the button, but from most positions.
Weiss, by the way, is that a high top fade? You know, I'm not at the barber shop that often, but you know, this man is styling out there.
I was going to ask about his necklace. Is that a compass, you think, or is that like a
almost
tire
had
spoke?
like a maritime, you know, like a steering wheel on a sailboat.
I like that more than my 2 guesses, honestly.
Maybe it's something you get free with 26-inch wheels on your Escalade or something. I mean, I don't know. You know, it's like, hey, these are. You really love your rims that much. You know, we're getting imaginative. Perhaps a little imagination on display here. 10, 10, 6, 4, and just spades, but Weiss has started to activate. Good-looking deuce to 7 hand.
Krentzman has had very little to work with ever since losing that significant pot to Duek.
Who has plenty to work with. King, king, queen, 7 with covering spades. Defends and finds middle set. Ooh, 3 Broadway card
Stretch
board.
Armstrong, bro?
And while bluffing isn't necessary here, this is the sort of combo that might go for it on a safe run out. This could get really interesting.
No, Rob. I've talked about Rob so much.
I know.
Yeah.
Two tens in the hand, man. If this runs out a 4 and a 6 of hearts or something, I could easily see Weiss firing the triple here, and Duek has the type of hand that won't be folding. He has 2 kings, but he also has a queen, which is a nice blocker.
Well, it does depend on whether or not that club rolls off, although without a club in hand, Weiss was obviously concerned about a sticky Duek having a flush draw. We do see 115 a man putting an extra 2.3 into the kitty, which grows to 485. Board pairing ace on the turn. Interesting, because while Duek has improved to king's full, if this is the sort of ace-x combo rundown that we anticipate Weiss will have with some frequency, things could get complicated.
I have to imagine Weiss shuts down here. He doesn't really have the type of hand that wants to be bluffing. He'd like to have some sort of blocker, like a jack or a club. To some of Duek's strongest hands, yeah.
Sure enough, he does check back.
Duek with an interesting decision point. Do you go large and try to get a little bit greedy with it? Or do you go small and ensure that most of the flushes always call, and maybe get some hero calls out of something like an ace with a high club, potentially? That said, it's kind of hard for Duek to be bluffing. Once he calls the flop, he's at least improved to a flush quite often, or he was slow playing some kind of straight. In that case, a small bet makes a lot of sense, because you don't have that many bluffs to even fit into your range. It's funny that Duek's putting so much thought into this river bet, and meanwhile Weiss has just been prepared to fold for
Yeah, I mean, unbeknownst to Mickey. But, you know, he's trying to use some care here, balancing all of the information available to him. Range for Weiss as the chip leader. The prospects of Weiss doing something savage and violent. However, having check back on the turn, maybe the infrequency of that. And perhaps even looking to lure Weiss into a barrel.
Yeah, check was a fun choice. Did the most he could to get more money out of Weiss. Just wasn't happening against the 10-10-6-4 no club.
And no further action past the flop as Mickey snacks on the chip leader. Now, not only is Octopi Poker home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, but they are also giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. This could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free at PokerGo.com/winmasters for your chance to win. Jesse has immediately taken to his phone to go to PokerMasters.com. What was the site? It's at PokerGo.com/winmasters. You got just stop typing, because I regret to inform you, Jesse, that I don't believe you are eligible.
But they don't use the BlackBerry either? Is that what's going on here?
PokerGo platform is not available on BlackBerry, Jesse. Well, Shakerchi painting outside the lines. 9-7-6-3 here.
He is going to receive immediate punishment for this open, unfortunately.
Yeah, Krentzman, who's been very disciplined, will let the chips flow with ace-ace-4 tray.
Don't want to say hi? I don't know.
I'm starting to feel a bit targeted, me and my BlackBerry.
Sure.
Krentzman's really tanking here.
Pot.
That is 3,450,000.
Pot announced, and that will draw the curtain quickly on this exchange. Israel likes it.
One yellow chip.
I'm Jeff.
Yeah, that was a very much needed injection to his stack.
How much you got? What? How many chips do you have? Do you know?
Well, let's get an updated look at the
27.
WSOP POY race. As of the 19th of
You?
June, Scott Bowman
25.
is your leader. Benny Glazer, 2,200 plus. Victor Blom,
You guys
third.
could have
Bruno
50.
Firth, also with north of 2K. In
Good.
fourth, Joao Vieira, definitely monsters of the felt. Guess who's in
I'm not
sixth?
opposed to having
Jesse?
50.
I don't know.
He often finds himself in your chair alongside me this time of year. And he also picked up a bracelet already this summer.
Is it you?
No, in your chair alongside me is
I'm
none
just
other
kidding,
than Nick
Ollie.
Schulman.
I'm just kidding. I know who you're talking about.
Shakerchi's talking about Ace King Jack 4, much more hand than he activated with a moment ago.
You want to pretend with me for a moment that you want a bracelet this summer?
You know, don't be bitter because earlier we had the list of the best without a bracelet, Jesse, and then I kind of, I was joking.
I'm not gonna lie. That's exactly why I pulled that one out.
You know, I had the read on you, my friend. I had the read. It's because the way that I delivered it initially, you were like, wow, is Ali really coming in on me right now? And you got to remember, like, 1 to 2% of what comes out of my mouth is serious. All the rest can just be disregarded.
It's fine, man. I don't need bracelets or respect for my partners in the booth.
Spoken like a man without a bracelet. I would know, by the way. The difference is, I'm not trying again. Because I know my lane.
Oh, yeah, me neither.
I want to just be with the deviants, the misfits, in the mixed cash game streets this time of year.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The deviants in the mixed cash game streets are they're the best kind of deviants.
One of these days, I swear, I'm going to see a flying saucer in North Valley at Bellagio, and I'm going to know that that person's in the mixed game. Be like this alien. 900,000. Shakerchi taxing the limp from Weiss. Queen H7-2 sticking around for the extra 600 here. Weiss is in the mood to tussle. 10-10-7 with a couple of spades. This is all Shakerchi. Trip tens versus just the lowly 7.
I think Shakerchi wants to bet really small here.
I think there's an all-in for a bracelet somewhere nearby, if I had to guess. Not sure Kniff's rail involved.
You know he won a bracelet last summer as well.
You know, there's so many events now. Forgive me, I don't clock it all, but I believe you, Jesse. What event was this? Do you remember?
I think it was like the 5K opener, maybe.
Wow.
Pretty sick, though, to potentially win 2 bracelets back-to-back years and have final table domain a couple years before that. That's for a guy who already has a pretty nice resume, that is really something.
Pretty sick, by the way, to be drawing thin and then pick up what you think is a ton of equity on the turn with this 6 of club. Nice. Won a bracelet in Rosvedov. Came in as a chip leader on the hunt for number 2. And Shakerchi is going to give us an all-in here.
That's
Less than
so frustrating when you're looking down at the 8-7 of clubs.
I gotta pause the clock.
You know, to be fair, Jesse, when we peel somewhat thin, like Weiss did, in the face of the flop barrel, from a stack that was going to be facing sub-1 SPR, if we called on the turn, these are the situations that we can find ourselves in.
That's a very good point. We put ourselves in this spot, and now we have to work out whether we can get away from it or what happens here. It's quite likely that Shakerchi has a 10. And I don't even know if we're doing that well versus the non-10 hands. If Shakerchi took this line with some spades, they quite often have an overpair to go with them. With some clubs, they have an overpair to go with them quite a bit, which is really bad.
Pot lameness better than 2-1. But a losing formula in Pot-Limit Omaha, just ask anybody who's played long enough, is to chase flushes when there are pairs on board. Very hazardous for your health.
I think that's a very good rule, to just never do that, to be honest. I don't know if our man will abide by that rule now, but
there's a time and a place for everything, and Lord knows when you're up against a frisky Shakerchi, who's not going to be able to barrel again at you on the river, this is it. Maybe we consider it.
Call.
And Weiss does call, so Shakerchi's going to show his trip tens,
Nice one.
and you see Weiss immediately demoralized. Oof. But he could spoil the fun in a number of ways.
Good luck.
9 or a club? No.
The 9's a chop, given that Shakerchi has the 10-8.
I mean, 9 would save him some money at least.
Sure, a refund.
Wow.
No way.
Jack of clubs
No
on
way.
the end. One of only a handful of pathways for Weiss to eliminate the pesky Talal Shakerchi. And that felt a bit unjust. Talal will take home $539,000, will live with the result. Got it in, 85-15 there.
You very rarely get it in with 85%, Ollie.
Yes.
That is a brutal way to go out of a Pot-Limit Omaha tournament.
Now listen, even with 2.2 million up top, Shakerchi takes it all in stride, quietly exiting the arena and leaving us
I got 9.
four-handed,
How much you got, Evan?
750K thereabouts. Will go it all. Our 4th place finisher, that's the guaranteed payout now. Top 3 slots will be paid 7 figures plus, 1.062, meaning that the next pay ladder is $310,000.
That was very close to the dream scenario in PLO, and that turned into a nightmare real quick.
By the way, kind of a dreamy outcome there for Hakim, who is lurking with 8.9. Just picked up 210K.
It feels like he can do very little wrong lately. Every time he loses a pot, he's able to get those chips back immediately.
They count the small blind, right?
Small blind always count.
So 1.4.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That is correct.
Yeah, we went up.
I think somebody just won a bracelet over there.
Sorry. My bad.
It sounds that way.
That was a bit of an unhinged screen, wasn't it?
Those are really, I mean, on the continuum of screams here at the Horseshoe this time of year, unhinged is really the only appropriate type of scream.
Oh, a lot of swaps just got unstuck for the summer. So.
Well, Krentzman has uncoiled 4.2
2.5 more.
as he pots the open from Weiss's King-King-10 deuce. You see Dennis looking over to get his bearings, and it doesn't take him long to say, send me the rest, young man, which Krentzman does. Ace-King-Queen-6 has 41% equity, a 3-2 dog, as the chip leader is looking to cull the herd yet again in successive spots.
This is a beautiful scenario if you're Hakim, by the way. Just chilling out in the cutoff, maybe makes 300K.
Oh,
Ooh.
Ooh, flush.
Ace, Jack, 5. Krentzman hops in front with the ace, but Weiss immediately points out, flush draw at 10 deuce.
And a gut shot. There's still a king in the deck. Oh wait, no, it's the king of clubs. It's the same out.
Well, it was less than 10 outs that Weiss was able to vanquish Shakerchi with. Can he claim another pelt? Oh. Krentzman's rail activates. As he will move up to 14 million. It does appear that some beers are associated with the enthusiasm from his camp. Believe Modelo was the beer of choice. Do you have a beer of choice, Jesse?
Modelo, is that an official beer of the Germans?
Modelo's
I don't
Mexican.
know, man.
Jesse, what?
I don't know how I feel about Germans.
Are you familiar with beer, Jesse? You know what it is, right?
I understand what's going. I mean, I'm just
Okay.
saying, you don't go to Beer Fest in order. Yeah,
Right
Beer
here.
Fest. In
First
order
off,
Modelo.
this is the World Series, not a beer fest. All right, let's get that part clear.
Is this not
Munich
a
is
German
where we
rail,
go.
Ollie?
I mean, Krentzman, sure, but I don't know. You know, all right. Hakim, 8.9 million. Krentzman, 14.3. Das ist gut. Weiss, 24.7. Not as good as it was a moment ago. As Mickey inherits the chip lead. That glimpse brought to you by PokerStars. Jesse, for real though, bro, did you really think Modelo was a German beer? I mean, look at me.
Did you think
Modelo?
that's what I was saying when I said that?
Yes. But
I'm kind of flabbergasted you don't have my back on this.
no, okay, so what you were suggesting is that's not appropriate for a German rail to have a Mexican
Yeah.
beer.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not. You could do whatever you want. I'm just saying, like, if I'm
Right.
out there sweating my fellow
Right.
German guy, I might get a German beer going on just out of.
Okay, I hear you.
Don't call me a superstitious guy, but it feels like a necessity for the run
Nowadays.
goods.
I do feel compelled to step in there when you say you can do whatever you want. One of the things that I would remove from the whatever you want we touched on earlier, if one person is sitting in a section and you are not with them, do not sit in an adjacent seat.
Hey, we both have our things. I agreed with you on your thing that it was uncool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you just trounced me on my thing.
No, I mean, I just thought I misunderstood, Jesse. Apologies that Modelo, you put the read on it as a German elixir, you know. And I was flabbergasted myself,
Yeah, that's fair.
but that was, you know,
I,
lost in translation.
now that I know where you were coming from, I would be a little upset as you as well.
Well,
That's a pretty bad mistake.
it does feel like we know where we're going, and that's a pot over to Mickey on this 996 board. He's flopped the joint, rather the boat. Queen would spoil things. This is the only card that does that.
I feel like we just went through a lot. Can we hug it out on break, or how does this work?
On break, perhaps, Jesse.
Okay.
I'm not going to make any guarantees. You know, maybe we shake. You know, well, maybe we do the thing where we shake and then the arms kind of prevent too much frontal contact. You know, it's a little bit of the buffer.
The
And
awkward
then
side hug. You
then
want to
the
do an
arm-
awkward
not an awkward
side hug?
side hug, not like the 6th grade, hey, I'm going through something, but like the arm around, you know. Anyhow,
All right, man.
I love you, man. Krentzman's newly minted here.
Boy, things have been going really well for Duek so far.
Yeah, they have.
That's
Would
a
have been
great
going better
feeling.
if Krentzman decided to get squirrely, but
Oh, yeah.
not really a candidate. So adding to that newfound chip lead is Mickey. If you want to add to your riches, well, the good folks over at True Classic are going to help you do that by playing at the PokerGO studio. True Classic and PokerGO are giving 15 winners a shot at a 5K package to compete in a signature event at the end of the year. Just tell us your poker story at trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo for your chance to win. That's trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Submit now and take your shot.
You know,
Jesse.
ever since you've mentioned it, I find myself admiring Weiss's hair more and more.
Yeah, but the bigger issue is that you're trying to register for another thing again, and you can't do it. Justin, you got to stop. What do you got, a pseudonym? You got a little ghost account you're gonna try to say? People know you, man. You're gonna show up and they're gonna be like, "You're not Bob Franz." You'll be like, "Yeah, it's me, Jesse." And you know, your chips will be removed.
I could be Bob Franz, all right?
They might give you the Imshirovich and let you play a couple of, you know, levels and then be like, oh, wait a minute. Showers.
Ollie Franz.
That was, well, in the spirit of the German thing, by the way.
Robert Imsurovich.
Do you remember Kid and Play from back in the day? Are you too young for this?
Kitten play?
Kid and Play.
Kid
It was a
and Play.
rap group, like kind of hip hop duo.
No, I thought
No,
this was
let's not
sort
do
of like
that on this
Speak and
table.
Spell. Do you remember Speak
I
and
do,
Spell?
I do remember Speak and Spell, but that's not where I was going with this.
Go all in.
You see, Kid and Play, as I brought it up here on my screen for you,
Oh my God, look at
Kid
this.
from Kid and Play was very Vice-esque in terms of the
Yeah,
dude.
I see it.
You know, inspiration perhaps drawn.
He's got maybe an additional story or two versus
Yeah, no, Kid
Vice's.
is a mid-rise, whereas Vice is still low-rise, but
he's like a duplex or something.
yeah,
Yeah. all right.
which is okay. I'll allow.
I'll let Blesnik keep that crown.
Meanwhile, not two stories, but two suits for Duek on the button. Going to work, 1.4. Look at Hakim bowing out.
Duek has a confident chip stack. He's reached potting it into the other big stack territory.
See, there's the Modelo and the midriff, mind you, on the rail. That's what I was pointing to. I don't think it was like someone bought a case, by the way. I think it was
Malaga.
just kind of a, it maybe even be an isolated Modelo.
That's a
there.
classic combination right there, the Modelo and the midriff.
Yeah, more from like their marketing department, I would imagine, in an ad campaign than,
Well,
know.
or just if my party years in Rosarito
oh
taught
yeah,
me anything, there's a lot of Modelo
little
and midriff
papas and
going
beer.
on.
You got dragged out a couple
Oh,
times.
yeah.
They dump you upside down and then pour the shots with the whistle. Oh man, Rosarito, he took me back.
Papa's and Beer is a classic stumble 3 miles home type of venue.
Man. A lot of wallets, college IDs, and dignity was lost at Papa's and Beer. Shout out Rosarito, Mexico. Shout out chip leading Jack 10-9 Trey, 1.4. You see Mickey shifting into a different gear. This much has become a little clear here. Limited data points, but I think you feel it. He feels it. And again, he snacks. I confess, you know, my kind of experiences in terms of action involving Mickey was always in the 2-card streets. I gotta say, he's looked tidy out here in the 4-card streets. I would imagine you're not just gonna step up to a 25K PLO because there are a lot of really solid Pot-Limit Omaha players here in Vegas locally in particular, as Aria is very much the mecca of Pot-Limit Omaha, I would say, here in the States. And even at limits as small as 510, you see some really, really talented players grinding,
Those
making a
Aria
living
cash
down
games.
there.
Yeah, and they have the PokerGO studio, which has been running a lot of big PLO tournaments as well.
Recognizing the demand. I remember when I first saw that 489 entries, my jaw dropped. I was like, that is an insane number for a 25K PLO. But the game continues to grow in popularity as the pot grows this time, courtesy of Vice. Ace King 6-4 with the spades. Suited ace of his own with jacks, and Mickey is gonna repot.
Wow. The tables have really turned now, Ollie. Mickey's the one putting the pressure on.
By the way, once that Modelo runs dry, I could see a Mickey's being delivered, you know, out to the rail. A little green hand grenade looking malt liquor, you know what I'm talking about?
That would be fantastic if his rail was just drinking Mickey's.
I mean, a favorite of convenience store thieves everywhere.
Maybe a drifter or two as well.
Little
Wow,
short.
just lets it go. They are quite deep in position. Could be one where he takes a flop and tries to put some pressure on his opponent. It's always tricky to play deep stack out of position, and when you have this ICM environment where you have to be careful as well, it makes that even trickier.
Yeah, it's not like those other 2 stacks uninvolved in the pot are lost on Weiss, which sit far leaner than he and Duek. Mickey seeking bracelet number 1.
The pot.
Another pot size open from Weiss. Once again, a suited ace responsible, but the danglers are dusty, so there could be a lack of durability in the face of further elevations. Krentzman stepping aside with an otherwise attractive one that maybe he would have opened. Raise and take there for Dennis.
Very small righting of the ship, maybe.
Sure. Well, the second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action, filmed at the North American Poker Tour Las Vegas stop in 2024, with Luz Ken and Jordan Handrick taking on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. Wasn't Piqué married to Shakira? Was he? I want to say he was. And when I say was, that means that a certain Shakira is in play, Jesse.
Ooh, Ali.
Diamond!
Well, there is a flashback at how things wrapped up when we heard the ruckus. It was none other than Samuel Rosborough, who would wear a big smile and get himself something to rock on his wrist. $410,000 and a bracelet as he took down that $1,500 freeze out, denying Asher Conniff.
That's a great feeling for Sam, let me tell you, from experience.
What's that, Jesse? Are you green with envy in here?
I'm something with envy.
It's, you know what, Jesse?
I haven't seen a lot of sun, Ollie. I'm more pale with envy at this point.
Your time will come. you
Yeah.
know? Just keep at it.
You sure about that?
I can't promise, but you know, if you register everything, eventually. Listen, some people have misclick registered and won a bracelet, Jesse. You know?
I mean,
How's that make you feel?
not great.
Well, listen, top pair's not doing great against middle set here.
Most of my buy-ins were on purpose, and I have one.
Right. Krentzman defended with purpose, now checks
in there?
over to
What's in there?
Mickey, who asks
3.4?
for the size of the
I think it's
pot.
3.4.
3.8, 3.2, 3.4.
This is going to be a very tough one for Krentzman to get away from.
I mean, there's no diamond out there.
Yep, that's fair. He has a number of cards where he just won't be folding. If it comes queen 10 or 9, I imagine the chips get in on the turn quite a bit, especially if it brings a flush draw with it.
Remember, Krentzman is also looking around and spotting Hakim's 7 million chip stack. Now a 9 on the turn improves him to top 2. And this is trouble on the horizon. No flush draw to worry about. This feels so clean. We interfere with aces. We know that the chip leader, Mickey, is going to be opening and leaning and trying to leverage ICM. What we don't expect is a set of 6s.
Yeah, this is going to be really frustrating when they flip their hands over. That said, there is this situation where Krentzman is very incentivized to play his hands in a defensive manner, as long as Hakim is shorter than him. The problem is there are a number of pair plus straight draw type of hands and other things that he might want to get the money in verse right now and to either deny equity to or charge to draw. So I don't know how he plays this turn. I think I would maybe lean towards shoving, but calling makes a lot of sense. He just calls really
I
quickly.
mean, this is an ICM governed flat here
Yeah.
because this is a tremendous amount of hand as played and in context. But again, Hakim's short stack is what's on his mind. He was drawing live to an ace or a 9. Instead, a 7 rolls off. Coincidentally, Duek has improved to the nuts with the 10-8.
Yeah. This card may save it. It's so frustrating, though. He has a 10 in his hand as well.
Yeah, that interferes with the 10-8, even though it lurks.
I'm just trying to think of a lot of things got there for Duek. So if he turns some equity with any sort of straight draw or rundown, he probably either has a hand that makes 2-pair and he checks it back, or if he continues betting, he quite often made something like a straight, or he already had a very strong hand going into the street.
Wow. Krentzman now being asked for his entire stack. And the other issue is if he folds, he's right down there level with Hakim.
Yeah, which is not where you want to be at all. That's certainly going to factor into his decision. He also has a 10 in his hand, so he is blocking some of the nutted hands.
I mean, he's blocking a set of aces. He's blocking the 10-8. Set of 9s if for some reason that was involved.
He may feel like he'd rather call with a 2-pair that has an 8 in it, because then he blocks all of the straights rather than just the nut straight.
How many have I used?
That was your first one.
You see Krentzman asking about the time bank situation, and he's got a whole stack of them, Jesse. I suspect he's going to burn through more than a few. Gun to your head, you're in Jeffrey's seat right now, facing a decision for your tournament life with aces and 9s. Are you clicking call?
I don't know, man. I'm throwing in a lot of those time chips. It's like I think Duek's capable, and I have a pretty reasonable bluff catcher, but I also feel like this is one of those runouts where it's kind of hard for Duek to have too many bluffs. Like, sure, he could have, like, I don't even know if he has stuff. I was going to say, like, the lower wraps that bricked, but he wouldn't have those without an ace in his hand. Yeah, I don't know how many things missed. And I don't think he's turning any 2-pairs into a bluff here.
I mean, remember that Duek did open to 1.4. You don't expect a whole lot of that 3-4-5 business.
Yeah.
In terms of the hands you want to assign that have bricked.
Man, I think maybe we fold now that we've sort of talked about this a bit more. This run out is just too much getting there.
Well, what you and I would do is completely irrelevant, as only the decision by Krentzman is what matters, and let's sit back and watch him chew on it.
Straight.
He makes the call.
That is the nuts.
And just like that,
Good game.
he is dispatched in 4th place. An improbable
Yeah, man.
outcome, given the
flopped
depth of his
aside
stack
6-4.
coming into that exchange.
Holy
And
shit.
the big smile will be worn
I
by
didn't know- yeah, I didn't
Hakim,
know
who
this.
has now worked his way into a
Good game, sir. Nice playing.
7-figure payday,
Yeah, man.
watching both Shakerchi and Krentzman fall ahead of him.
Thanks, man.
Very forgivable
Yeah,
river
Lord
call, but that's not going to
Holy
make him feel any better.
There's no way I
Just a
pulled that, right?
brutal
Any chance in
situation.
the world we
man.
can do a 2-minute bathroom break, guys?
Huh?
Would you guys do a 2-minute bathroom break? Floor? Can you call Floor?
Huh?
It would be really
Krentzman
sweet.
talking it over with Israel. By the way, apologies, I feel like I may have said Jeffrey instead of
Floor,
Evan
floor, floor.
at one point in time. Jeffrey, of course, is Hakim. As we get a look at the payouts here, brought to you by
Any
Octopi
chance we can
Poker.
do a
Most recent
2-minute
one was that
restroom break?
$750 million
We just got
going
to
to
3. Can we do a
Evan.
2-minute restroom break?
But now it's 1.062 with 460K plus,
Okay.
separating 3rd and 2nd.
And suddenly, Ollie,
Got you boys right where I want you.
Duek. Hakim, I like it. Suddenly, Duek is in the complete driver's seat. This is really turned around.
It's a super bad spot for Weiss, though,
Yeah.
you know, because
Sticky
if
Mickey.
Duek just starts to take
How
the
did you like the
hammer.
nickname?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Oh, and he will, by
I'm
the
pretty
way.
fucking
If I know
sticky, man.
Duek, he's going to be getting very aggressive from here on out.
I mean, Weiss doesn't want the fate that befell Shakerchi and Krentzman in that order. would be insane for him to bust before Hakim without.
I was
some
really
real
going to come over
coolers.
to the rail and tell you.
Shout out to Hakim, by the way. He has played maybe 2 or 3 hands, and he has folded his way into an extra $500,000
Exactly.
at least.
I mean, a stone print for spectating.
He was, what, the short stack coming into today?
Yep.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff by him.
He had 6.55 to start the day, and currently he sits with 6.9. And another $500,000 in his back pocket. As you can see, the impact of his short stack presence upon the choice to limp from Weiss with kings and a suit. Duek allowed it. Jack 5 tray deuce, you see him going to work. This is just recognition of how dissuaded Dennis is going to be to proceed. Anytime he does, however, you have to assume there's a good bit of kit across the way.
Absolutely. This is as careful as Weiss has ever had to play in his entire life. Until Hakim's stack increases in a large form or he's knocked out.
Ooh. Backdoor clubs draw plus a wheel gutty for Duek. Could this be an excuse to carry on? Especially if you're targeting something on this dry board like a queen. Maybe some of these inside straight draws.
So Weiss limped in and Duek checked back pre-flop. So Weiss is going to be winning in the ace department. He'll have the stronger ace-x type of holdings, but
1.8.
Duek has a nice hand to bet. He's not going to win very often at showdown. He has a lot of equity. He put a ton of pressure on his opponent.
If he had some kind of disjointed 2-pair on this queen 8-3 dry flop that would line up with a hand that would check back pre, wouldn't it be less inclined to be barreling this 1.8 after the ace of clubs rolls off?
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he were finding the second barrel with an ace-3 type of hand. Maybe ace-8 does a bit. I think ace-3 wants to play some pot control at this point.
But more importantly, anything that was 2-pair on the flop wouldn't really be keen on another barrel here on this turn.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, like ace-queen would certainly be piling money in, right?
But queens and eights, queens
yeah.
and threes,
Oh, those sort of.
unimproved
Yeah, yeah,
eights and
yeah.
threes.
Absolutely. Sorry, I wasn't even thinking about queen 8. Yeah.
So the kings concede, and the chip leader continues to stack. And we continue to remind you that Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and spin the wheel of gain. In the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, no Jesse Sylvia. Just pure, authentic poker. Play now at PokerGo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. I think actually, Jesse, and I'm not in the legal department. Unless it's, to be reprimanded for something I've done.
Yeah, how does it work in the legal? Is my name on the contract specifically, or is it?
I think you can play it on Play Poker Go. I think that's one
Really?
that you can get in on.
You give me a pass here.
Look, I have zero authority. But if I were you, I'd take a shot. As Duek takes a shot with King Jack 10-8. Hakim with a suited ace, 3-wheel cards. Bests, an extra 800, significant commitments. And a significant outcome. Jack 10 trips with the ace kicker versus
no.
Jack's full. Uh-oh.
Somehow Hakim only has 3 outs.
In there?
I think the bell tolls, Jesse.
I mean, this one's certainly going in at some point. It's just about, does Hakim find the ace?
700.
Well, we pulled the pin in a grenade here with this 700K from Duek. Follow up to the 1.2 pre.
Hakim has looked awfully comfortable at the table today.
$1.7.
1.7.
Small raise.
Yeah, cheeky 1-7. Maybe just looking to clear dusty equity on a paired flop.
Yeah, and also I feel like this raise puts certain hands in a really bad spot. Something like King, 5-4. isn't really
Go ahead,
excited to
Jesse.
fold or to call. I think that's kind of a cool size to put pressure on certain hands.
Can Duek safely assume that this 1.7 is never a raise fold?
Call.
As he does choose to flat?
I don't know. I think there's enough room where he might have a few bluffs there.
Okay. Duek with the nuts. Happy to flatten the
Wow.
ace. Says hello on the turn. And now Hakim has it locked up.
Oh my goodness.
Tonic turns to gin.
This could go check, by the way. I think when you have specifically ace-jack, it makes a lot of sense to check back. You have so much at the board, it's hard for your opponent to have anything.
You're afraid of nothing right now.
Yeah, and you only have 3.6 behind. You can easily put it in on the river regardless.
7 of clubs on the end, and that check back obviously leaves Mickey so confident that jacks full of 10s is a winner.
I kind of love the way Hakim has played this hand.
It's just obviously the road made so easy by the arrival of the ace. And while I'm not anti-sweating him,
Jack 10.
Call.
He's sick. That's sick.
I confess I was a lot more curious as to how Hakim would react absent the ace. You know, I don't think we can go anywhere, but you know, especially on like that river, the 8-9s arrive.
Oh, on a turn deuce, the money was going in, absolutely. That was just a really bad turn card for Duek, but you know, at some point, one of your opponents have to get lucky too.
Mickey. You can
Mickey,
give me one.
Mickey.
It's all right.
Well, let's get an updated look at the state of affairs with 3 remaining here. Hakim off the low water mark as he finds the double through Duek, who was surging. Still very much in control with 37 million in front of him is Mickey. Weiss, the chip leader, coming in 23 million, and Jeff 13.4, and some playability at long last. That leaderboard brought to you by PokerStars. Those 2 have already met the end of the road. I thought we were going to get down to heads up. I mean, it was so improbable. Just 3 outs. But now we got a ball game on our hands.
Yeah, that really set the tone for this 3-handed match. Suddenly we have some depth to Hakim's stack. We could be here for a while.
Jesse, you go down the documentary streets on Netflix from time to time?
A little bit.
You know about the West Memphis 3? You know, I don't think that was a Netflix thing, you know. More like Wicca, you know, witchcraft stuff, like Zodiac Killer, you know.
I
you know
have
about this type
not
of stuff?
dabbled enough into that. If you asked Ashley, she would know the full.
Well, yeah. Ask any girlfriend. It's just literally, it's training manuals for how they're going to off us if we ever step out. But as I look at this necklace, you know, when we had a little bit of a close-up on it, there are some inscriptions, some, you know, hieroglyphic-like elements to it, you know. This could be a sort of a dark arts situation, potentially. Maybe it's the light arts.
Well, if I'm Duek, I would watch out then, because they're certainly not pointed at the short stack. Well, they could be.
Does Duek's hat simply read Papa? I mean, you know, not since Robert Goulet was belting it out on SNL have I really thought about the word Papa in standalone fashion. But
I mean, there's really not much more to say, Ollie.
Round
You're the chip
23?
leader at the 25K PLO FT.
I mean, he doesn't have kids still.
Papa's really all, yeah.
I mean,
Well, he's
like a sugar Papa.
I think he's attempting to say he's fathering the shorter stacks at the table a little bit.
So wouldn't Daddy be like the? I don't know.
Yeah, but this one's a little more covert.
Okay.
It's not going to come right out there and say it, you know.
Yeah, but that's a great hat. I like Mickey. I suppose if your rail contained your significant other and they were wearing a hat that said Mama, that would be good.
There we go.
But then if another girl showed up and she was wearing Mamacita, that would be a problem. you know, hey, who are
yeah,
you?
Yeah, a little bit of trouble in the.
Be like, guys, I'll explain later. I'm at an FT. Just everybody relax. Meanwhile, Duek, not quite as relaxed as he was prior to doubling up Hakim, but enough with the King-Queen 9-8 to deliver 1.4 out there. Weiss defends with Queen-Queen Jack-Deuce and inferior clubs. We see 3, 10-7-6 rainbow. 8-9, the joint, no waiting for Mickey. Weiss's queen's a bit adrift here, checking over.
I wonder what size Mickey chooses here. I think that will dictate whether or not Weiss sticks around in this hand. I just imagined walking into the Bellagio next week and seeing you slinging chips around in the mixed game with a Papa hat on. Brought a little joy.
Brought a lot of joy. .2, there will be no joy for these queens as it stands, just 6%. A lot of help needed.
That might be just small enough to keep Weiss enticed. Yeah.
And credit to Mickey, by the way, for finding that size that would retain this hand.
Yeah, that's really what you want to do. Quite often people like to pick the greedy size because it's hard to make the nuts, but you really want to think about what hands stick around, and you want to keep those very low equity hands in there.
And if you have your choice, you always want to look at a turn like this, completely uncomplicated deuce of hearts. One more check in front of us.
This is so exciting for Mickey. You feel like any chips put in the pot are probably yours, and taking them away from the other, or I should say the next biggest stack, is really important. Reducing him and Hakim to similar stack sizes so you can just bully them equally is really nice.
4.3.
.3 now from Mickey. Weiss on the receiving end of what he was doling out at the onset of this final table. As the chip leader, who now sits in second.
I'd have to imagine this is where Weiss checks out of the hand, but man, he seems to never like giving it up. There we go.
Whether we like it or not, it does feel very much appropriate in the face of that sizing. As Duek does get one street of value. Begins to restore order to his reign. Just 26, Jesse.
Sounds nice.
I'm a little bit concerned for him, though, because under hobbies in his bio, he lists beach going,
Okay.
friends, family.
Okay.
This is all kosher. The one that I'm a little worried about, Baccarat.
Come on.
I'm just telling you right now, the man,
that
likes to peel.
Hold on, did he list that before friends and family?
He did, and by the way, you know, a true degen knows their priorities.
The
Beach
order is
before
really,
Baccarat, though.
yeah, beach going, Baccarat, then friends and family.
I mean, imagine a swim up Baccarat would probably be real catnip for him. You know, you're like, I get the beach vibe, poolside, but then I can hunt the natural 9 at the same time. That's, you know.
I just want to point out that you don't think of all 4 of those things at the same time when you're writing them down on the sheet. So
No, in fact, when you're playing Baccarat, you don't think about
39?
anything
no,
else.
no.
39.
You know, except getting unstuck, usually.
But that means
I
that
was
they
over
said,
40
what are
until
your
this
hobbies? And he said, he immediately thought of beaches. Then he was like, well, of course, Baccarat. And then a little while later, he's like, oh, I guess I should throw friends and family on the list as
Listen,
well.
he might have run back over to the bio collector and be like, hey, real quick, man, can you just add friends and family?
You better put friends and family
I know,
on there.
I just put beach and Baccarat, but you know, I don't want any heat from mom and pop and my boys.
Call.
Weiss limps the button here. Invitation accepted by Duek.
3 players.
Those 10s are covered by the jacks. Free peek at 3 out of the big blind for Hakim, and look what he's produced. Top 2.
Check.
Slipping it over to Weiss. What sort of hand composition are you expecting would be willing to limp? A lot, just given stack dynamics right now on the button for Weiss?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to limp a lot of his range. Ensure that you get to play post flop without making the pot extra bloated against Duek.
750.
But I thought maybe we would see a check back with the jacks here. It's so powerful being in position. Maybe you just continuation bet when you have any semblance of a strong hand. And he does have some stuff working for him.
Not nearly as much as Hakim does, however, as his 750 is fruitless. As it stands, Hakim, such a dry board texture, plays it as a flat. Ooh. Ace of clubs is damp. Backdoor clubs, plus the overcard. It could leave kings up in a way.
Check.
You check call top 2 on these really dry boards. The ace is such a frustrating card to see. Really downgrades the strength of your hand.
Sure.
And the ace of clubs is tricky because you know your opponent could pick up a number of draws and continue barreling. But it's quite hard to defend when your hand is sort of just a bluff catcher at this point.
2.1 million.
2.1.
Yeah, like what do you even do here now? You're just basically dead against ace king, ace 8. But you know your opponent could have something like exactly what he has.
And you also know that Weiss could show up with those sorts of hands, even with a limp on the button, just given the layout.
Yeah.
Wow, this got so murky.
In fact, you could even argue he's more likely to have a hand like this than he is to have an ace-king type of hand because those are a little happier to raise on the button. Aces, kings, ace-king.
2.1 called, and the clubs come in.
It's just the queen of clubs, so Weiss has no doubts in his mind.
Not at all. He's made the nuts.
The one saving grace for Hakim is this is probably a pretty easy river card to get away from it.
And he has improved to kings and queens, but that's irrelevant because anything that falls into the value camp from Weiss here on the end with 7-3 in the middle is dominating kings up.
Mm-hmm. Does Weiss just pot here? I feel like anytime you have the jack of clubs in your hand, whether it's a flush or not, the pot button makes a lot of sense. Just put on max pressure, but with ICM we might size down a little bit.
Pot. 7.3.
Well, he does not have any designs on sizing down as one syllable, 3 letters, and a whole lot of chips work their way into the middle.
This is really gruesome for Hakim. The only saving grace on river is that he has a club in his hand. It's a really small, somewhat irrelevant club. But it's the only enticing part of his hand in terms of hero calling. Having one club is not nothing, though. His opponent is basically saying, I have a backdoor flush. Specifically,
I've used one, right?
jack high or 10 high when he pots it, probably. Maybe a little bit lower as well, but we see that he has jack 4, so having jack 5 would certainly be a possibility as well. Having that 5 of clubs not completely irrelevant.
I mean, what bluffs does our man show up with here, Jesse? I just I'm struggling.
It's tough. You got to get creative with like
two.
Queen, Jack, 10.
Well, Jack 10 is a
9.
straight, though, right?
Yeah, Queen, Jack.
You're struggling.
8-7
I
with a
mean-
club. I don't know. Yeah, it's really tricky. I would just have probably let it go off the back of that idea, but we know Weiss is very capable. I imagine this is the type of player who can find bluffs in every spot. Nope.
Well, he does use a few time banks, but it's better to burn those than chips, as Hakim does ultimately concede. And Weiss northbound once more as he tries to keep pace with Duek's ascent. Well, if you think you can outpick the field, jump into Quick Picks on Splash Sports, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or less on player stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, and take home the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and win up to 50x your entry fee for the NBA Finals. And what a finals it has been. Jesse, everybody thought the Pacers were going to roll over and die, and that OKC was just going to trounce them. And yet, they've made a Game 7 out of things. First time since 2016.
Yeah, who do you got in that?
And it's in OKC. And I think I wouldn't want to bet it, I'll tell you that. Unless I were at Splash Sports, of course. But, wow, I really played for the home team there.
Yeah, that was...
But I mean, I got to take OKC. I just think home court is so big. You know. Pacers did pick one up.
I imagine you're laying, though, if you're taking OKC.
Yeah, of course.
A good bet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, at the beginning of the series, you were laying heaps.
Yeah, I think they were the favorite going in to win
Huge.
everything. Yeah. I don't... basketball's not the first sport that I follow.
Lacrosse
But-
being number one for you?
Yeah, yeah.
Field
Only
hockey.
college, though. I keep it pure.
Yeah, right. Pros are just so tainted.
But
by the money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really become quite embarrassing
crazy
how
what-
money-driven they are in the
It's
professional.
insane. With no salary cap in pro lacrosse,
Oh,
just
it's
gotten
brutal.
totally ridiculous.
It
I
went
stopped
right
watching.
to those guys' heads.
Yeah, I really did stop watching. Of course, I didn't start watching, so there's that.
I mean, we're talking about guys who are making 30, 40 grand a year now. It's really out of line what's happening.
By the way, those guys are the owners of the teams.
That would be fun, owning a lacrosse team. That'd be really cool.
I just know already
That Haralabos is going to do it.
that no, I mean, although he could, is just, you know, a troll, but somewhere in our Twitter feed, some professional
somebody's
lacrosse
pissed,
player
yeah.
is absolutely going to light us up now. Meanwhile, Duek looking to light it up with nothing more than a 7 and some backdoor aspirations, maybe with that 4-5-6 working overtime. But bet and take it, sir. It's so inconvenient for Dennis. I mean, he has looked kind of up to the task, but he just, with the presence of Duek in a pot, you're so disincentivized to get involved. You really just don't want to get caught in the crossfire. You know, let Hakim's fate come into focus.
Absolutely.
We still have a 13 million chip cushion over him, roughly. I mean, it's the difference between 1.062 million and 1.528. Call it a cool 460 that's on your mind. Hence, limping. Absent Hakim.
Heads up.
Ace Jack 10-6 against the 6-5-4-2. Ace 8-5 with a couple of hearts. Top pair for Weiss, no heart in hand.
Look at this, by the way. Weiss is ahead right now. 28% equity.
But versus the double gutter and a heart draw, which
Yeah.
is
And a pair.
spicy. Yeah, don't overlook that 5.
Backdoor flush draw. He's got it all.
And he's got ideas, namely an 800K barrel. And what's troublesome is Weiss understands Duek is going to get after him, just given the presence of Hakim's short stack. So you can't simply concede every time you connect with a flop.
No, this looks like a fairly good one for him, all things considered. He doesn't know his opponent has the pair of fives that's crushing him right now.
Yeah, in terms of equity. The 6 is nicely intrusive as well.
Yeah.
9 on the turn. And now Weiss picks up the open-ender. An excuse to continue.
Yeah, Duek has it. Yeah. This could be one that bluffs for sure. Certainly not expecting to win at showdown. Nice blocker effects. Has a lot of equity. Maybe his other gut shot's good.
Wow, it
Ooh.
goes check, check, as Duek just finds the 5 to produce the winner.
As far as winners go, that's got to be the best one.
In terms of Weiss potentially paying it off.
Yeah. A heart, I don't think Weiss pays. A 7, you actually lose. Maybe an offsuit 3 is really nice too, but this is just a fantastic river card for Duek.
As played, he certainly knows it. Full pot to make it look desperate, Jesse? What do you think?
Yeah, I could see it. You're not representing that many value hands. He goes a bit smaller here, which is fair. He's trying to get some one pair ace high hands to call.
Yeah, but those one pair ace high hands are very good bluff catcher candidates, as you see Weiss.
Hey,
Just snapping it off.
Yeah. And the fact that he snaps it, Jesse, I
Yeah,
don't know if we
maybe.
go full 2.8.
How
He's
much?
thinking, no, I can't
1.4?
call. I mean,
No, the fact that he snapped it, maybe he
You got
does
final
call
tables besides
versus
those
any
two?
size. Maybe he thinks
Here,
a bigger
with
size
WSOP?
makes even less sense because it's representing a very...
You'd
But I
be
just
the-
think generally
if
when
you got third,
you
you'd be the only guy
check
to-
back the
to make
turn
three
and then you
final
bet the
tables
river,
and
you're
make- and get
representing
third
kind of a
in all three.
small or a slim
You know that
range
for
of
a fact?
hands for value.
You'd probably be the only guy. It'd be cool. You'd have that title.
Yeah, I think I would be. I would guess I would be.
You're about
I
to
guess
say
if
it'd be
you go-
pretty cool, but no.
If you go 3 for 3 on getting
3 for
third,
3,
yeah.
3 thirds, yeah, you'd be the only one, man. That's special.
now it's currently 2025, Jesse. And 26-year-old Mickey Duek here at his 3rd WSOP
Something to
final
think
table,
about.
with the main event final table in 2022 having been one of those 3. Was 23 when he picked up $4 million for 3rd. I don't know about you, but if you handed me $4 million at 23, and
I can't imagine what you'd be like.
well, the
Ollie.
hobbies thing would have listed baccarat, big wheel, roulette,
Beach.
Keno, craps. I mean, what else?
I could see you spend a little
Chinese,
time on the beach, you know?
Pai Gow, beach.
Yeah.
What can I bet on at the beach?
How many numbers you get? I feel like that's something the 23-year-old Ollie would bet on.
I mean, if my swimsuit was made of some of that $4 million, you could just walk around, damp hundreds. Yeah, just, oh, this whole thing? The ink just bleeding down your leg.
See, that's more of what I was imagining if you...
Right.
I don't know. Maybe you were a very mature 23.
I'm not even a mature right now. What are you talking about?
Maybe you're kind of doing a Benjamin Button sort of situation with your maturity.
I had a weird one where I tried to get a number at a topless beach one time, and I was like, well, listen, don't make it weird. Like, you're the one out here with no, I would have walked up if you had, I didn't mean this. This was in Barcelona, but anyway. Didn't mean to startle you. I mean, just, hi. Like,
Look, I wanted to talk to you, and I didn't feel like you were ever going to put it back on.
so, yeah, I waited, and watched. Oh, I digress. 1.4, Queen Jack 10-10 here on the puck. Duek up to 42 million. Hakim seldom involved, but will hop in from the small here. Weiss does not wish to partake with an ugly one.
8.1. Yeah.
Diamonds are covered, by the way, for Hakim here. Those would be problematic, although only 8 remain in the deck. 7-7-5. How about the whole wide world if you're Hakim?
That is far from a problematic flop. I was going to say, this is such a beautiful hand and probably a very close one at this final table. But if you're going to peel the 7 high rundown, man, this is the flop you're looking for.
Why are random people going ahead insulting me? I didn't do anything.
1.2.
I see.
Yeah, Duek's just continuation betting here. He expects the 7-7-5 not to hit his opponent too often. In fact, Hakim might slow play his hand because of that.
I mean, he's got so much in, you don't want to lose a customer.
Yeah, and he needs to protect other parts of his range, something like kings or queens. You don't want your opponent just putting infinite pressure on those sorts of hands.
By the way, you really like this club if you're Hakim because you have no clubs in hand and you could see worlds in which Duek has made a flush.
Sure.
After the 1.2 a man brings us here, 6 million in the middle, just north of 1 SPR for Hakim, who checks again. Note that Duek is not drawing dead. Jesse, a 10. Things get very ugly. Check back from Mickey, no improvement, 4th club.
10, and I think Hakim might have been watch shopping in about 30 minutes. I would imagine Hakim bets, but I think he's considering the idea that if Duek had a flush, he might play a little pot control in the turn, but then bet river for value. And if he thinks any hand less than a flush probably doesn't call on the river anyways, he might just check again, let his opponent value bet, and find a way to get a check raise in. But maybe he just bets to ensure that those hands call.
2 million.
Yeah, just goes with a small bet. This might even elicit a crying call from something like a straight, potentially. Although he has straights pretty blocked with his particular holding.
Well, unable to cobble any further value is Hakim. Well, he's really made the most of the opportunities that he has had out here. Spectated through the first 2 bust outs by and large, and then now with the collar loosened a little bit, 32 bigs deep, closing in on Weiss. Pretty one on the puck.
We haven't seen him with too many playable hands on the button. I was
1.4.
curious whether he would play a limping strategy or just play raise fold. I think this indicates he's more likely to play the raise fold strat.
Yeah, 1.4 here. Double suited with 8s is Weiss.
Yeah, sort of an awkward hand from the small blind. Duek just folding.
Finally.
Well, trending in the right direction is the shortest of the stacks out here. Jeff Hakim has done very well for himself, but still looking up at Dennis Weiss and Michael Duek as we're going to step aside here for a quick break. That glimpse brought to you by PokerStars. Jesse and I will be back with continuing coverage of the 25K Pot-Limit Omaha in about 5 minutes. Stay close.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
In terms of poker prowess. You know, every now and then, a poker player comes along who takes you into his world a little bit. And you don't
every now
plan
and
to
again-
go there, but
Jesse, not to interrupt, one comes around with proper etiquette, sneezing directly into the inside of his elbow. Weiss, hat tip. Lord knows throughout the course of the summer, many of us have enjoyed somebody just sharing all manner of sporified airborne viruses with us shamelessly, by the way, you know.
No, you got to do that. You got to have the, what do they call that, the vampire sneeze? You kind of pull the cloak over.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I like down into the shirt.
Yeah.
Is nice.
That's my move,
The
personally.
full barn owl 180. I applaud this as well.
Yeah, but then somebody behind you gets the brunt of the...
It depends on the setup. What I really hate is when you think you've done us a favor by cupping both hands over your mouth, then you reach down and look at your cards. I'm like, hey, bud, where do you think all that's going to get smeared?
There's something missing in the translation in that one, isn't there?
You know, I wouldn't go swabbing any of these shuffle machines. You know.
Oh, you put a black light over any of the poker room, you're going to have some problems, man.
Kidding me?
Did you ever see that YouTube video of the guy leaned back at the table with his hands fully down his sweatpants? That was a real classic. I don't know if I should even bring that up.
Where are we going with this? Ace 10 deuce, a couple of clubs. We know where Weiss would like to go, and it's into the nut flush. He does have a gutter as well as a little deuce. Duek checking over with the same gutter, but the advantage of top pair. You see that Weiss is the equity favorite, however, here. On the heels of the pre-flop open comes another helping.
I feel like old sweatpant guy was a real warning sign for all of us.
I mean, that was foul. That was biohazardous. There's really nothing happening in your sweatpants that I would like to be associated with the deck. You know. Meanwhile, Duek reaching into his stack and delivering the 1.15 requested. Pot growing to nearly 5 million. Board pairing 10 on the turn.
That might be a very awkward card for Weiss. That said, obviously Duek has a number of types of hands with a 10 in it. But if you were to find a second barrel, you may get some ace-high hands to fold. Something like ace-queen, something, no club. Your hand still has a decent amount of equity against a number of hands. Yeah, finds a second barrel. This is... And this gets tricky for Duek, because Weiss could certainly bet a number of 10s himself. He is being laid a pretty nice price here. Not going away quite yet. This is a big pot. I don't know if this is the type of hand that Weiss wants to fire the third barrel.
Well, I mean, how often is 10x just going to take this line against us, and we need to recognize that Duek is not looking to get into some inflated altercation, just given, again, ICM, smaller stacks, things of this nature.
No, I think it's safe to say that Weiss doesn't bet a single 10 too often. He would need a really good kicker, something like king 10. To value bet maybe. I think it's mostly full houses. Yeah, and he really wants his opponent to have hands like the king and 6 of clubs.
Thanks.
Weiss, by the way, is that a high top fade? You know, I'm not at the barber shop that often, but you know, this man is styling out there.
I was going to ask about his necklace. Is that a compass, you think, or is that like a
tire had like a maritime.
Oh.
You know, like a steering wheel on a sailboat.
I like that more than my two guesses, honestly.
Maybe it's something you get free with 26-inch wheels on your Escalade or something. I mean, I don't know. You know, it's like, hey, these are... You really love your rims that much. You know, we're getting imaginative. perhaps a little imagination on display here. 10, 10, 6, 4, and just spades, but. Welcome back to the Horseshoe for continuing coverage of the 25K Pot-Limit Omaha here in the desert, where things have definitely heated up since the onset, where we had 5 players and now just 3 remain. There they are here at this final table where everyone is guaranteed a 7-figure payout. Ali Najad alongside Jesse Sylvia. Chip leader coming in, Dennis Weiss now sits in second. Jeff Hakim has outperformed his short stack coming in to guarantee himself this 1.062, but the bracelet and 2.3, that's what's on everyone's minds. Let's get a look at those payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker. Min cash in this one, by the way, just north of $50,000. 74 players enjoying that. Level 31 is upon us. Quite the leap, by the way, from 2.4 to 250, 500. 1.25 every 3 hands, shaved right off your stack.
The pot.
By the way, Ollie,
1.75.
I just took a look at the 1500 PLO. There's 6 left. Do you know who's still in?
Give me a hint, because I have no reference.
Bryce Yockey.
Wow.
Yeah, he can really do it in these PLO tournaments, man.
He can really do it, period. I mean, I don't know. I've played mix with Bryce, and there's not a game that came up that I was just like, oh, we got him. We got him in this one. No.
I honestly thought last year he was going to get it done in the 50K. It just felt like such a classic story where he goes really deep a couple years earlier, takes a horrible beat to go out, and redeems himself by winning it.
I'll take the over on horrible beat. That was, I mean, I was in the booth for it with Nick, and that was the nastiest beat you will ever see.
Your guys' reaction to that was so good as well. Just heartbroken for our guy.
I remember Esposito coming over to shake his hand and saying, I feel you, buddy. Nick's like, he feels nothing. And I was like, yeah, he feels a pay ladder. That's about it. If you don't know what we're talking about, by the way, do yourself a favor and look it up in the No Limit Deuce round of the 50K Poker Players Championship that year. Bryce Yockey gets dealt Pat number 2, 7-6-4-3-2 against Josh Aryeh, who was drawing dead effectively, bar the specific sequence of events that allowed him to draw live and then make number 1, which was absolute insanity. Meanwhile, we haven't seen a whole lot of insanity out here. However, there's still plenty of play. Given the number of bigs, 82 of them for Mickey. Takes this one, 38 for Weiss, and 25 now for Hakim after the dilution brought on by level 31. Here's a summary in this one, brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. Krentzman, Talal Shakerchi, the casualties on the day. Phil Ivey bowed out in 6th last night as we play a 4th day. That is staggering, that 489 number in a 25K PLO. Just, yeah. Money's everywhere.
If you get that kind of field in a 25K no limit, it's a big deal.
Right. And PLO, respectfully, not as popular.
Yeah. Maybe soon. We've been talking about it for 15 years now. The PLO would take over, but
you know, I got
at
to
a slower pace than we expected.
The PLO for me is a far more potent narcotic than no limit.
Oh yeah, you start playing some PLO, it's hard to go back.
You're like, wait a minute, I just always have.
Yeah.
You know, so you're saying there's a chance.
I gotta go back to a game where King High is often the best hand.
Yeah, right.
I was making flushes and straights.
Well, Weiss made it 1.75 to bring us to this Queen 6-5-2 spade board, where he has himself an open-ended straight flush draw, plus a pair of 5s. Hakim with jacks.
This is a really strong hand, but maybe because this flush draw isn't that high, he could occasionally check it back if you bet and get raised.
1.9 million.
Perhaps not the greatest situation. He's just going to fast play, though, which is perfectly acceptable. He has a lot of hand here.
1.9 and take it with one overcard to the jacks out there. One pair, just not really what you want to show up with in Pot-Limit Omaha, although I confess, Phil Galfond and the like have definitely given us some breathless moments where they've managed some huge calls. Look at the bio board here on Vice, brought to you by PokerGO. PLO specialist looking every bit that. One-time bracelet winner coming in Rosvedov last year in a 5K Euro buy-in. World Series of Poker Europe. Just $345,000 in career tournament earnings, and he has bested that handsomely, regardless of outcome here.
10 seconds.
Duek
1.75.
plus button equals pot. Similar hand composition in the big here for Weiss.
Call.
He wants to play one.
This feels awfully close when you're the middling stack. Very playable hand, just a little more awkward when you have to play so carefully post-flop. This is quite a flop.
Sevens in hand for Weiss. Blocker effects plus an open-ender. Duek on the hunt for a 7 with that 8-9.
Some outs to the nuts. He has the 10 of club for some potential bluffs down the road. Not the most exciting blocker, but it's something. Specifically, this is a weak enough hand that he can just bet it right now rather than play some sort of pot control.
He agrees, coming with 1.5.
Weiss just flicks in the call. He has the blockers. So check raising sort of on the table, but you just like to have more equity when you check raise. Look at this turn.
3 of spades. Giving Weiss the 7 high straight. Two-tone texture. No spade in hand for Mickey. Nothing more than a pair of 3s as it stands.
Feels like a turn where Duek will need to check back quite a bit with a hand like this. However, he's got such a little chunk of the board, and he does have some outs to the nuts. Only a few, but yeah, he's going for it. This is really special. I like the fact that he's putting on this much pressure. We know it won't work, looking at Weiss's hand, but
I mean, it won't work for the time being, Jesse. This much we know. But with 2 flush draws out there, just looking into the crystal ball, it would be so absurdly challenging for Duek with no spade in hand and only the 10 of clubs, if the river even provides him the opportunity.
sure, yeah.
To get after this one. But I don't know how keen he'll be on orphaning this $6 million, which most certainly is going to get called. Right?
I mean, it's not the easiest call in the world. You don't have any sort of flush draw backup to go with your hand. You're drawing dead against 8-7. Well, dead to a chop. It is a very awkward situation when your opponent bets nearly
All
full
in.
pot.
There goes all in.
Weiss says, I don't care, and he piles it in.
I kind of
well
like
done.
that choice from Weiss. You know, it is what it is if you've woken up with it and you happen
Yeah.
to have one of the 2 other 7s with an 8. But let's not let things get weird
Of course, of course.
on the end.
Yeah, and I think he's seen enough
Where's the
from
hype,
Duek
man?
that he knows he can have some flush draws, so
Where's the
let's
hype?
protect first that.
Is that a one-man rail that was just called upon there to activate as we look at the tournament update brought to you by Splash Sports? In terms of, you know, what's not listed here, the rail count 1 for Dennis Weiss and over 1 for Hakim and Duek, it would seem. It's a long trip from Hamburg, Germany out here. You know, you can't day 3 you hit your guy, you're like, hey, I'm playing tomorrow at 1. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
there's no nonstop. You're going through Frankfurt, Munich, you know, then there is a direct from Frankfurt. But
To Vegas.
yeah,
Wow.
it's kind of a dusty one, if I'm honest. But yeah, if you need to get here in a pinch.
Sure, but dodging that LA immigration is kind of nice. That's a trickier situation.
Well, not so
That's a
tricky.
longer line.
Is Weiss's world. Queen high, hearts, no waiting. Round 2 for Duek. Check, check, and the board pairing 10 on the turn.
Potentially opens up some doors for Duek to bluff, maybe on the river if the river were a 5 or a deuce.
Well, namely,
German guy won one.
the
So
King of
they
Hearts
got-
for the
they
time
got
being
like
could be the
38 or so.
motivator.
Mm-hmm.
Although
I
it's
got
the
10.
dry ace that we tend to lean on, not the
10
dry
million.
king
And
in
now they
Pot-Limit
beat each
Omaha.
other for
Yeah.
Third 10 on the board. Weiss improves to 10s full of queens.
This now feels very much like Weiss's board, where he has all of the overpairs and Duek does not. Obviously, Duek could play some 10s this way. It would make sense.
Queens.
Duek did a very good job of not losing any chips there,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that one fan while you were doing your ad spot, but boy, he is one happy guy out there. He just smiled from ear to ear.
Well, I mean, maybe he has 96% of Dennis. I mean, who knows?
He could. You know, if I had a huge chunk of somebody and I was on the rail, I'd hope that I would be more like that guy than I have been in the past, where I'm just kind of solemnly sitting there and sweating it out, hoping that.
Listen, respectfully, if I had over 50%, much like in business, a controlling interest, if you will, I'd be on that rail like, hey, psst, let me see it. You know, squeeze the button, walk him over, whisper in his ear, all right, raise it. I'm going proxy. I'm puppeting my horse. 8-5-4 here.
You know,
Limped pre.
they have rules in place for people like you, Ollie.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I'm using a computer, you know, listening aid. I'm just openly raise button, you know, just 2.2x. Like, just what? Maybe I'm just jeering.
None of this is researched.
Yeah, oh no, well, this much we know. Both parties checking. 4-liner on board now. 7s and 4s for Mickey. Plus paths to the straight, nothing more than a 4 for Hakim. You know, he's been in the 85-15 spot against Mickey before. Lest we forget, Jack's full of 10s against Ace-Jack.
Oh, man. A lot of 15%ers winning today. We saw Weiss win that all in with 15%.
Take it down there for Mickey.
Hakim could not wait to fold his hand there.
Well, you guys want to watch the entire World Series of Poker main event? Of course you do. PokerGo is the only place to catch it all from July 2nd through the 16th. Don't miss a moment of the iconic WSOP main on PokerGo. Head to PokerGo.com and use code WSOP25YT to get $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Plus, all annual subscribers get entered to win a dream seat into the PGT $1 Million Championship. I want to see whoever wins the dream seat, parlay dream seat into like a W. That would be sick.
Yeah. I mean, might have another moneymaker effect on our hands.
Sure.
You never know.
It's not impossible.
I'd
Although
like to see you sitting behind them throwing out how to play the hand.
But
every
you know
hand.
what's weird is if like all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, but why is Jason Kuhn our dream seat winner? You're like, didn't you already have a sub? Like he comes in on some alt email, wins the seat, and then just proceeds to win the $1 million free roll as a dream seat winner? That would be disheartening,
Bro, you just reminded me of one of my favorite stories in poker. I'll tell it after this hand.
Oh, okay. I like that. Hakim liking top 2 here with the ace to potentially turn it into Broadway if needed. Note that he's pipping kings and jacks. Wet board here, although with the limp pre-flop, unclear how much Broadway is going to be assigned. Blind versus blind, Hakim speaks first for $500,000.
Yeah, I think when you have king queen with the ace, it makes a lot more sense to bet.
Back up.
10 would be nice as well. Although 10 has so much coverage, maybe then you want to check because you're not too worried about many turn cards.
Weiss happy to flat. 4 of clubs is inconsequential.
That's a really nice looking card if you're either player. Does Hakim slow down now? I think possibly. Not a lot of worse hands that are going to pay off a double barrel. For Weiss, this feels like a mandatory check back.
He agrees. 9 is a little pesky for both parties.
Would have to imagine this goes check
King
check.
queen.
Yeah.
King queen.
Little chuckle there from Weiss, although not the deepest wound left behind.
No, I feel like when you only put in one big blind post, you can walk away pretty happy with that hand. So there was a Dutch high-stakes cash game player way back in the day, like I want to say 06, 07.
Do we have a name?
I don't remember the name anymore, but he was, I do remember that he was under 18 years old. He was like 16 or 17 years old. He played under an account that was under his mom's name. And they ran a promotion on the site he was playing on where the top 10 winners in cash games got invited to a sit and go. And it would be a winner-take-all $1 million sit and go. So he showed up to the forums and he was like, guys, what do I do? I can't show up. I'm 17 years old or 16 years old or whatever.
Send mom.
Yeah, that's what everyone, they were like, send mom in with the push or fold chart.
Okay.
I don't think that he sent her in. I think he just declined. But imagine the commentators being like, this is one of the most feared poker players of all time. And it's just some guy's mom who's
with
never
like
played
tote.
a hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Weiss muscled out after limping as Mickey took us upstairs. By the way, unclear how much of his $7.8 million in career tournament earnings has been dropped off at the tattoo parlor. Some, non-zero.
Perhaps just a drop in the bucket that is Baccarat.
Look at Suns Out, Guns Out. Jason Mercier here. He's our PokerStar spotlight as he is battling out there in the 10K horse streets. Also a nice mixed game on Jason.
What a legend. I feel like he shows up for only 4 or 5 tournaments every year at this point, and he final tables 2 of them. It's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't play like a full slate, but he does come out every summer. And by the way, he plays some nosebleed cash while he's out here too, usually.
Does he?
Yep.
See him hanging out in Bobby's room?
That's generally where you're going to find him, and maybe a little bit of table 1 over at Aria.
Nice.
Although, you know what? If we're going to continue to call Bobby's room, which it no longer officially is, maybe we just keep calling table 1 Ivy's room, because that's what it was. you know, before the whole edge sorting debacle thing in MGM got a little bent out of shape, you know. But anyway, I digress.
I mean, you're making a lot of good points, Ollie.
Right, let's keep it consistent. Ace 5-4, Weiss with all of this one relative to Queen 10 and a couple of deuces, although the Ducklings could convince themselves to pop a wheelie and try to represent. Not happening. Hakim, by the way, lost the lid somewhere along the way here.
Oh, I'm looking for a cup next to him.
No.
Ah,
The
I see what
bucket
I
hat.
see what's going on here. The shot just barely showed the top of his head. You lose a couple pots, you feel a little hotter.
I don't think.
Maybe you got to let some things air off. I don't know. I might be reaching. He seems very cool and collected over there.
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't he be? He picked up a couple of huge ladders and he's locked up $1 million plus. Well, what's cooler than the second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game? Available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel with new eps dropping every Saturday. High-stakes cash action filmed at NAPT Vegas in 2024 with Blues Cannon Jordan Handrick taking on Gentili, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué, who definitely misclicked when he broke up with Shakira. Them hips don't lie, Jesse. She told us this. You know, I'm inclined to believe her hips.
They don't. We never followed up on that. Is that
Yeah.
is that an Ollie opportunity? Oh, no, you're a taken man these days, aren't you?
I'm taken,
Yeah.
you know. But
1.25.
Are you going to say
one
is
never
anyone
knows if you
taken
could be
enough for
retaken.
Shakira? Yeah.
Like, would your current significant other be offended? I mean, you would just come home and be like, babe, Shakira, though.
I think Ashley would actually be upset with me if I had the opportunity and didn't take it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she's a big fan of Shakira.
Well, but that's provided that when you say opportunity, you mean like it's a hall pass.
Yeah.
But I'm
Well-
talking about, like, listen, kick it up in the cash games if Shakira's rolling you. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
Oh, you're on another
I mean-
level, Ollie.
Yeah. Am I like jailbait for Shakira? I don't know. How old is Shakira? Anyway, 964. I'm probably not done talking about Shakira today, just in case people were rolling their eyes and thinking, I wish this dude would shut up. A couple more Shakira references. It's probably the right line. And I would lean the over for what it's worth.
If you're tuning in and you're not trying to hear about Shakira, like what? I mean,
Apologies.
yeah. Well,
But
or
also
not apologize. I mean,
yeah, what's wrong with you?
yeah.
She's not the icon now, today, that, you know. Neither of these hands are particularly sexy either. Oh, well, all of a sudden, things getting quite a bit sexier for Nicky as he makes trip nines.
This could be a situation where Weiss finds a bluff. He has a spade. He has ace high. Not expected to win very often, if at all, at showdown. Yeah, he's going for it.
3 1/4 in the middle, up for grabs, courtesy of the raised pre to 1.25, and Weiss
Man,
doesn't want to say goodbye to it.
Oh, he just calls. Okay, very
Good
quick.
call.
I was going to say every option was on the table for Duek there,
Hey, yeah.
but as soon as he gave that little cringy face, one of the options was now removed.
That being raised.
Yeah, I think so.
That's sense.
Although it would look very strong if you cringed a bit and then raised. Maybe that's the play. Anyways, he finds a nice call.
Now, I know that our bios don't get updated all of the time, right? So it's tough to get everything squared away. But as I'm looking at Mickey's bio, under married, it says no. And yet, You see the gold band, left ring finger, generally accepted universally as a off the table taken kind of emblem. So some discrepancies there. Ladies, perhaps you're drawing a line. And perhaps you're not.
I mean, yeah, I'm not really in the know with that sort of stuff. I don't know if friendship bands go on the same finger or not.
You know, I heard this weird thing from married friends of mine that, like, they started getting more interest when they were out and about on their own with the wedding ring on. And ladies, you know, you get a little bit sanctimonious at times with regards to guys being the scumbags. But, you know, I'm just saying, hotel bar, and just all of a sudden,
I mean,
weird stuff goes on.
I've definitely heard that from men, that wearing the
What's
wedding ring
with
has
that?
been.
You know?
The smell of desperation has left you, you know? That's a...
You know what it is? I think I know what it is. Even though Duek will feel quite committed to this ace king 7, it's a lack of any concern over weird commitments potentially being the byproduct of a tryst. I think that relieves interested parties of, you know, hey, I know this is a room 112. Good night.
You think
never
that's
see
it?
you
think,
again?
You think it's women are looking for a quick thing, and that
listen,
indicates that they can get that? I always just thought it was simply, hey, somebody out there can stand this guy, and that already puts him in like top 15%.
You're
or
certified.
Whatever. Yeah.
One of our tribe.
At least
has
one
decided
person
to
can
hitch the
handle you.
wagon.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Which is, you know, pretty good
Right.
in this day and age.
Maybe it's a forbidden fruit factor.
That too.
1.25.
For some. For some.
Some thrill seekers out there.
Yeah.
You know, paragliding, adultery. You know, I mean, pick your. Anyway.
One or the other.
Here's a pot.
How much poker have we spoken about over the course of the last 3 minutes? Very little.
4250.
Should we get back to it?
Yeah, well, this would be a nice time for it. I mean,
Sure.
Hakim does have a great hand, and he's finding the 3-bet. Duek gets out of the way quickly, though.
Yeah.
Those paired, meager hands, not the ones you want to take into 3-bet land on short stacks.
Well, the 3-bets find themselves hitched to the big pairs and a lot of the Broadway stuff that has plenty of reach, suited combos, things that just threaten considerably.
And I just meant if you want to speculate versus what is probably a big pair quite often, you want 4 live cards, not a pair in your hand, because that kind of limits how often you hit the flop, and you need to hit the flop a lot when your opponents put in half their stack pre-flop. You don't want to just be calling and whiffing a bunch and giving up.
Good decision.
Yeah, you oftentimes will see people choose hand composition that'll produce
I'm double
a
dead
wrap,
against that one.
you know,
Yeah.
couple of flush draws possible, things like that.
Like a classic nice hand to call a 3-bet with in cash would be something like 9, 9, 10, 10. Ooh. That was quite the little sound effect for that replay. A classic hand deep stack cash would be like 9, 9, 10, 10 because you can flop a lot of top sets and you're way ahead. But when you get really short, those hands go down a lot in value.
Pretty one here. Up we go. Jack 8-8 forward diamonds, not a qualifier. You know, we haven't had the conversation yet today here in the booth, Jesse, but during the break we kind of touched on, you know, you really like PLO in general, but its cash counterpart, I think, produces different thrills than its tournament iteration. And as you get down shorter, I think a lot of the elements that people come to expect of Pot-Limit Omaha give way to a much more surgical approach to things, less gunslinginess.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not a lot of room to splash around, try to hit a flop and stack somebody when you're putting in such a high percentage of chips pre-flop in the first place.
And it's not just the ICM that governs and, you know, prevents that. It's just the way the game is optimally approached.
Yeah.
You know, when you get down short like this.
I will say this. I like that they added the big blind ante. I think that that allows for some play and stops people from just really locking down and knitting it up, trying to get pay jumps. Before we had the big blind ante, you could see some pretty boring play quite often if people are playing correctly.
It was almost like you were braced for the two hands that were going to collide, and that's what it was going to take. You know? But you're right. Now there's a little more to play for out there, a little bit more incentive to stick your neck out. As we do find a flop this time, King 10-8, a couple of clubs. See the gutter for Weiss. Mickey with an air ball. Action check to him, though.
This would be a bit of a creative barrel here.
He does have a jack.
Yeah.
He does have a club. Knuckles back.
It's just tough when you're about 3 streets away from making the nuts.
Yeah, right.
Your hand
need
is
the ocean.
really dusty, yeah. We know that if he had found the bet, that pot would be sent over to him very quickly, but you don't expect to be up against the queen 7-6-5 too often. This is kind of a board that your opponent connects with a lot when they peel the big blind. Also, when you check back, it's not like you just forfeit the pot. Like, look at this. He could potentially win here or even with a river bet. I think a lot of creativity in these situations comes in where you want to put your bluff. Is it on the flop, or do you want to check back and put it on the turn, maybe on the river?
Nice hand.
Thanks.
Mickey with position and perceived disinterest. Go sprinkle and take it. You got any tattoos, Jesse?
Can't say I do.
No tramp stamp?
I got a scar.
What do you mean? That's not a tattoo.
Well, it's sort of similar.
Is it from
how
trying
I got
to remove a tattoo?
No, but it's me and several friends in high school decided we should all have matching scars one day, and we
Back up. So you guys, did you guys do? Producer Jackie beat me to it, but she's in the headset asking if you're branded.
I might have a little brand on me.
Is there a particular shape? Do you guys have a little heart brand? Left buttock? What are we working with?
No, we don't have a butt heart brand, Ollie.
All right. This is a relief.
I know that would be really,
You know,
something to get you moving in the morning. But
it would allow us to talk about something other than this 7-6-3 board, that's for sure.
well,
Two spades.
7-6-3, I believe I saw a 5-4 in one of the.
With the spade redraw for dessert. Got shot straight flush draw on the joint, no waiting for Dennis. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure Mickey's overly thrilled with a pair of sixes and a gutter, no spade in hand. Action checked over to him. We saw the check back last time in position against Dennis. This time, however, we do not. And this, of course, is what Weiss was hoping to see. 750. Does he announce himself, or is it just too much hand? Feels like the latter.
Yeah, it's tricky. You would expect the chip leader to be putting on pressure with a number of hands, and keeping in some of the hands that are drawing dead is quite nice. But you have so much hand that check raising makes a lot of sense. For example, oh, look at this turn. He still has the nuts.
Now he's got a set of fours to improve to a boat. There's the whole deck. Just skews all the way into his corner.
So what I was going to say is getting it in against the nuts without the redraw would be really nice, although I don't even know if Duek would be getting it in with 5-4 if he were to be check raised. But now on the turn, I think Weiss has a check raise situation if Duek were to bet.
Which he does, Jesse. Are you surprised that he's barreling twice at this one? 4-liner out there?
I mean, it's a bold bet for sure, but I'm not surprised because we've seen Duek find so many double barrels with creative hands today.
I mean, he was the big range advantage perceptions.
Absolutely. And while it looks like the 4 could improve Weiss, he doesn't necessarily always have a straight or anything. He's going to call again. This is basically saying, I think you have close to air a lot. Because the idea that you could check raise, get it in against the same hand, but just have so many redraws is really enticing. 9 feels like a card that Mickey just gives up on because if his opponent has better than 2 pair, it's probably not folding anyways. Like most hands better than 9-6 at this point are a 5. So I don't think a 5 is folding.
Yeah, it's just tough to imagine the hands you're going to get value from if you do barrel here.
5.6.
Oh my goodness. So this is absolutely turning the hand into a bluff, is it not? Snap call, of course, from Weiss.
Has a straight to the 9, 5-8.
And Dennis finally wrestling the chip lead back away from Mickey Duek, who took it 3 streets there.
That was masterfully played by Weiss. He had all the reasons in the world to raise, flop, or turn, and he just said, no, I think you're going to have too many bluffs here. I'm just going to keep calling and letting you hang yourself.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was scared to get money in there, but he took the line that ended up with the most fruitful yield. And that fruit comes in the form of a reclaimed chip lead as you look at the leaderboard here in the 25K PLO, brought to you by PokerStars. Mickey Duek slipping $7 million back of Dennis Weiss, who's back on the throne, with Hakim continuing to learn. Look for a home, that bracelet there.
Duek is really dangerous, man. He can find bluffs in every spot.
Sometimes we can be a danger to ourselves.
Oh, absolutely. But it's a player that you find yourself having to call down quite a bit in uncomfortable situations.
I'll tell you what, man, I've had to navigate some of those types of players, you know, with pleasure, but in the cash game streets this summer, you know, folks that come out and you're just like, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know what this guy's got. One thing we do know, though, is the action never stops at Play Poker Go. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and spin the wheel of gain in the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure authentic poker at playpokergo.com. Hearts, reasonable rundown. Hakim slides in. Inferior hearts.
Hakim probably feels more comfortable to just play his hands somewhat straightforward and not as timid now that Weiss and Duek have sort of matched each other's stacks a little bit. Hakim's just so far away from them that he has a little more freedom.
Yeah, less of a jockeying effort with what was, prior to this, a kind of unraveling Weiss that he felt like he was within striking distance of, so certainly a dynamic shift here. Ooh, in terms of Hakim, who flops the nut hearts. Draw, of course, versus second nut heart draw with the gut shot. Slips it over to Weiss, who did shoot it up. Pre-flop, million chip tax imposed, paid 3-5 in the purse. Jeff knuckling over to Dennis. Follows through here for 1-4.
Well, there are a number of cards on the turn that this could be a complete disaster for Weiss.
Call.
Team flats, 9 on the turn, gives him a gut shot and a pair. Is well in front, nearly 4-1. Doesn't know it, of course, and when the man in position raised it up pre-flop, you can see a lot of those ace-X sorts of combos being a part of that decision making.
Yeah.
Checks it over again.
Yeah. So we're down to the last 3. Yeah. How many people buy this thing? 489. I mean, probably that's like hour.
This feels awfully close for Weiss. He has a lot of equity against
I just fucking
a number of hands that aren't the one that Hakim's holding. And he could get something like a 1-pair ace-high type of hand to fold.
I had it both fucking times.
And he does anticipate that the ace-high
I don't know how
stuff,
much I
even
like my bluffs
the
either.
better
I mean,
versions
the
of it,
second one is fine.
going to be quite content to take a passive approach,
first one,
try to
maybe not.
protect and allow itself to get to the flop in the face of even full pot from Weiss behind. So he is targeting
No, this is like they're streaming it,
5.2.
but it's like a few hours behind, or maybe like
Kind
1
of
hour
funny that
behind
he
it,
chose
or
that
fine.
size rather than just potting and putting Hakim in.
I'm fucking so steamed about those hands. A good chunk, but like I just get in my own head and I'm like, fuck, what'd you do? What you do? You know what I mean? Like I just.
do it afterwards. Yeah, when people know we can do that, we have all day.
Do you think he's potentially leaving a slight amount behind so Hakim has a chance to call with a hand like exactly like what he has and then potentially fold
How'd
river?
the cash go?
That would be really cool. You'd think he'd leave slightly more behind, but
Well, I mean, suggesting that the presence of Hakim with vapors would be so great for him, keeping him around kind of thing.
well, just that. I was thinking more like
As we see Jeff folding.
if the river is a complete brick like a 3, Hakim's range that just calls turn rather than putting in the last million might be exclusively draws, and a lot of them don't even have a pair, so you just get to bluff the river and get it through for a tiny amount. It's something that I kind of see come up occasionally in cash where you're potting turn in like a 3-bet pot and you leave nothing behind almost, but you know your opponent's just putting the rest in when they have an actual made hand.
Sure. You surprised, by the way, that Hakim folded there? Pair, nut, flush, draw, gutter?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really disgusting spot, right? When you're up against aces up or something of that sort, you're not doing particularly well, but you're getting close to the right price. I don't think he has to worry too much about ICM effects at this point. Of course, Duek and Weiss could just play some gigantic pot where one of them gets coolered, but for the most part, you're not really waiting out another player to bust or anything like that.
Sure. All eyes on him, as they have been for the bulk of this FT. Dennis limps, gets taxed, pays the admission fee with the 9-8-6 tray. Turns into jacks up, trailing well behind. Mickey's kings up. Do you favor pot control in position with these big pairs on paired flops, Jesse? We see Mickey seems to skew that direction as he does check back. Backdoor club draw arriving, and it belongs to Duek.
Yeah, I think generally it's a good idea too. Obviously, you have certain pairs, like not all pairs are equal, right? If you have pocket queens, they're a little more vulnerable to overcards, so maybe bet those a little more often. If you have pocket aces, they're a little happier to check back. And then, of course, you can't do it. You can't just check back every pocket aces and bet every pocket queens, or it becomes too obvious what you're doing. So you have to mix it up a little bit. But
well, Weiss mixing it up here. 1.4. He comes out swinging 3 pair. Mickey not going anywhere, of course. Oh, and he finds kings full on the end.
that's a river card.
He is just dreaming of a scenario in which Weiss actually has a jack, because this is a board where the jack could value bet quite easily.
This feels like a potential bluff spot for Weiss. Mickey could have some king high flush draws on the turn that called the small bet and now make a king on the river. And if Weiss were to bet, those potentially fold. It might be a bit optimistic to fall in that line of thinking, but I don't know.
Well, how much Trappy Jack takes the check back flop flat turn line?
Yeah, I feel like, especially the speed at which Duek called the turn, this is just almost always an overpair, or something that turned a flush draw. But a lot of the no pair hands that turned a flush draw might have just bet the flop.
Well, Dennis, with perhaps similar takeaways to you, Jesse, as he's not done with his hand. 4.2 smoldering. Mickey will be heard from. By the way, if we are considering that this is an overpair that maybe can't take the heat and or busted clubs, when the eventual raise comes in from Mickey, we're going to be a little bit confused.
Yeah. Though I have to say, I'm not even convinced that Mickey folds aces or a king on the river if he had those hands. Everything missed. He's a bit of a sticky guy, which is, it's good to be a sticky guy. Yeah, that's, this hand's over.
All of the adhesive melting away for Weiss in the face of the pot. Announcement from Mickey. Well, I gotta say, has poise beyond his years, but he's condensed a whole lot of experience into those years, Jesse. Has Duek. Lists himself as a professional poker player, but also an investor who originally built his bankroll playing PLO cash games out in Florida, of which there are plenty to play.
We might have a crypto guy on our hands, Ali.
You know,
how do you feel about that?
As a man who's never had crypto, but have had plenty of friends that use leverage to bust themselves, or even a few that had their wallets drained, I'm okay with it. You know? Godspeed to everybody who 100x'd.
That's not where I thought that sentence was going.
Just not that guy.
Raise 1.5 later.
$1.5, says Mickey. Did snatch the chip lead. Back away from Weiss in that prior altercation. This time he books a date with the ace-queen-6 board.
Yeah, these guys have really been seesawing back and forth with the chip stack. Meanwhile, Hakim is back to exactly where he started the day.
He's got bottom 2 on an ace-high board. Mickey with the ace, continuing to lean here.
I'd have to imagine at this stack to pot, yeah, that's enough to go with.
Can't be good.
And Hakim says that can't be good. Sure enough, it ain't. As he's going to hunt an 8, a 7, or an ace for the time being to book a date heads up against Weiss. All the rest of the cards belong to Hakim.
I mean, this could be a lot worse for Duek. When Hakim snap puts the money in, there's a number of 2 pairs that you're doing very poorly against. For instance, you're nearly dead against ace-queen.
You're dead no longer with queens full on the turn, locking things up.
Yeah, that'll do it.
4.8.
4.8.
The rail had been largely dormant for Hakim, who was kind of languishing after having spun it up to 13. They've woken up. Alcohol is a depressant, right? I mean, it makes you tired, doesn't it?
Yeah, but before it does that, it feels really good.
Yeah, well, you know.
Am I allowed to say that? I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Alcohol is a legal controlled substance.
Please drink responsibly.
Well, you see, producer Jackie came in to advise that. I actually, especially as a cash game player, prefer when people drink irresponsibly because they tend to gamble irresponsibly
like 4 times.
in
It's
turn.
insane.
And I'm here for it.
It's doubled
You know.
legit 4 fucking times.
I don't have an excuse, though, because I've gambled irresponsibly stone sober.
You guys should have done a lot
Probably
more
got around 30.
work
sorry,
in
60.
the past
just
into getting
doubled
me
his,
in your
like-
game. Like in my 20s, right after
He
my
just
main
doubled
event
his
score, there
12s
was a lot of
25 or something.
irresponsible drinking.
Hey, Jesse, we don't know each other. Ali Najad here. Great run, bud. Just wanted to invite you down to...
We got a great 14-game mix.
Yeah, right? A lot of fun.
You would have loved me.
8-7-4. Not the most loving sentiments surrounding the gut shot, straight draw, and backdoor hearts. Ace of spades working potentially for Hakim. As he was allowed to C3 as a limp. His hand durable enough, one would imagine. That Weiss activated to stick around. Instead, Weiss again flopping the joint. Last time around it was 4-5. This time 5-6 that he's put to work. 650.
Would imagine he's going to make considerably less chips than in the last hand. But you never know. Hakim is a tough guy to get the chips away from.
I respect it, man. I mean, some of the opponents throughout the years that you play against can really frustrate you when it feels like once chips end up in front of them, they're in a weird sort of lockbox and they're only going to get in good, you know?
I'm not even like calling him a nit by
No,
saying that.
no.
I'm just saying he's tough to get the chips away from.
Yeah. He just doesn't give you thin opportunities. You know what I mean? Where his equity's poor, you know.
Yeah, he's found a number of good checks on the flop when checking is essentially surrendering to the in-position player, but just identifying that the board favors the other player a little bit more, or just he doesn't have enough equity to bet. You're right. It's just a lot of not giving you marginal situations.
Yeah, solid. 175, says Hakim. Suited ace, sheds the rainbow king, queen, jack 5.
No, you're a button.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to play the small blind play. Very nice.
Out of these three, Jesse, who's most likely to throw the strongest rager after winning this one? I mean, like tonight.
Yeah. I gotta go with Duek.
Really?
He just has the look to him. He's the youngest. Who are you going with?
I feel like Hakim. First, because he came in short stack, so you got to factor that in. But second, something tells me this guy's not shy on spending money.
I was about to say
Whatever.
he'd throw the nicest rager. That's for
See,
sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna get the good stuff.
Duek would have like a fire on the beach with all of his friends. You know. It costs like $8 to throw his party. It'd be a great party. But, you know, you bring a speaker out there and...
So 2 Duraflame logs.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
like a case of Bud Light.
Yeah, I'll take it
Okay.
up though.
Yeah.
I don't know if that read is solid, but yeah. Unclear what Papa's rager would be. What is clear, though, that this year everybody is buzzing about the WSOP Plus app, Jesse, helping facilitate tournament buy-ins, reduce time spent in line, and ensure that you get right into the action as quickly and easily as possible. Download it on the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store, which no doubt many who are here in Vegas have already done. If you haven't, you are doing it absolutely wrong. I will say, for the record, I'm a little bit disappointed because in years past, you used to be able to go to WSOP.com to the updates. There was a very straightforward drop-down menu in order. You could find results immediately in events, kind of like navigate. I've struggled, you know, and maybe this is kind of a get off my lawn, NIMBY, Clint Eastwood, Gran Torino, you know, fossilized vibe, but it's been a little more difficult through the app for me to find what I'm looking for results-wise. Like where I'm just like, hey, who did what in this event?
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know. I was gonna say the chip stack updates are in a little closer to real time now, which is nice.
Sure, that's money.
But yeah, I don't know about the results.
You know, like this one ends. Somebody doesn't know what's up tomorrow. They open up, you know, the app and they got to kind of like, oh, completed, filter by, you know. Anyway, all I'm saying is, if I know the powers that be that were behind the production of this app, and I do, they're going to make this thing the best it can be. That's for sure. And I think everybody has received it with a lot of positivity thus far.
I mean, this app might be the best thing that's happened to the World Series since Doyle Brunson.
You know, I would love to walk around the Super Seniors event just to see the percentage of app usage. You know, just like who's using the app in the Super Seniors. You know,
can you get your table without the app? I imagine a lot of dealers helping the Super Seniors out. With
right. They're like, sir, are you on Cricket Wireless? Like, what? This flip phone doesn't support apps, sir.
Yeah, but he's got Snake.
Snake was fire.
Snake, oh man, I love Snake.
Thank you.
God, how many hours of our lives did we just torch playing that stupid game?
You play a lot of sports in high school? I feel like the bus rides to the other school was a big Snake time for everyone.
Bus rides to the other school was a big moon the car chasing the bus time.
Touche.
No, we were misfits. Food fights, you know, all the things. Hakim riding the Jack 985 Rainbow. It was small. Dennis not going to allow it. Jeff says goodbye. Yeah, you see, Jeff, you know, I'm going to double down on my selection here. This is a man who has the trappings of, you know, he's not sharpening the pencil when it comes to, you know, they bring the menu. He's like, is this one, where are the prices? No.
No.
Bring me 6 of these, 12 of those, and anything all these people want. Charge it to my room. And by the way, my room was upgraded recently, so.
I was about to say, the room or the penthouse?
Yeah, the villa.
Yeah.
Charge it to my fairway villa. Ace, Queen, Deuce, couple of clubs. Weiss with 2 gut shots. King or the 4, the sought after cards in this blind versus blind limped pot pre. And we can say draw wise for Duek, who has the queen, but not a whole lot to get excited about. And Weiss is going to play it as a lead here, Jesse.
2 gut shots to the nuts is always fun. Jack of clubs, also a fun card. Potentially some bluffs on a club down the road.
.3 more into the middle. Weiss finds himself a 4, but it comes in club form inconveniently. Wheel, but only 1 club in hand. And if he's up against a flush, he's drawing dead.
Yeah, this feels like a street where Weiss slows down. Duek checks, and then on a brick river, Duek has some difficult decisions to make. Because I think this does open the door to a Weiss value bet.
So the turn does go check, check. 6 of diamonds is uncomplicated. Mickey did make the queens and 4s. Taking the pot control line. Let's see how taxing Weiss wants to be on this river. Maybe just wants to set the price. Not 100% of flushes are going to bet the turn, I would imagine, right, Jesse?
No, I definitely don't think he could be trapping on the turn with some big flushes. He could be pot controlling some smaller ones. I think he could show up in this river note with a lot of flushes. Yeah, and Duek acknowledges that and lets it go right away. He has no club in his hand, so not the most exciting bluff catcher. I know we've talked about the blocker effects a lot when analyzing these hands, but it's just so crucial that you consider blockers in Pot-Limit Omaha because you have 4 cards, and that's just so much information compared to the 2-card counterpart.
Well, here's a little info update, and one that's a disheartening development for Jeff Hakim. 300, 600, level 32 is upon us. Stack now in that 20 big blind territory.
That is 2,100,000.
Suited ace, coordinated danglers, hot and take for Dennis. You ever been to Germany, Jesse?
I have, but just for a very brief time. I haven't been able to spend nearly enough time there.
So like in transit, you mean?
Yeah, but it was a road trip, so I got to experience a little bit of Germany, just not nearly enough. Like I didn't go there and stay for a week and really check out the city or anything.
Did you experience the Autobahn?
I did experience the Autobahn.
Did you experience it properly?
Not to the fullest extent of the Autobahn. We hit probably 100 or so some points in the drive, but I know there's some people really flying on that thing.
I gotta tell you, I was breathless when I was doing like 150 in a car that I bought in Germany. And then
You bought the car.
I
You
didn't
didn't rent the car.
Yeah, no, I bought, because you
Wow.
save money, you know, anyway. I looked in my rear view and somebody was high beaming me to get out of the way. I was
Oh,
like,
no.
respect. Meanwhile, Queen 3, very respectable trips for Hakim, knuckling over to Weiss.
That's a little demoralizing.
Yeah, man.
You think you're going faster than anyone out there, and certainly the fastest of your life. And this guy's like, buddy, you better hurry up. You're really chugging along.
This
at a
dude's
slow
car
pace.
was
Yeah,
a
of
touch
course.
faster than what I was rocking, and I was rocking.
Yeah, what did he
something else.
have?
My bad.
It was an SL65 Black Series.
He's like
Mercedes.
Mercedes. On my
Like
on my big line, he'd like never
late
opened
aughts,
the
I wanna
P3
say.
band. He probably fucking has it.
Yeah. I wasn't an
The other
M6. I
guy
had a
is
respectable
like-
little piece of kid on me, but anyway.
Not only is that car out of my pay grade, but just saying aughts means that you're out of my pay grade.
Well, how about getting the full house done the hard way here for Hakim? Queen's full of 5s. He was blocking his path with 2 5s in hand.
That was
Yet he
Weiss to
gets
pick
there.
up a wrap by.
That's what I was going to say. It's a very fortunate means by which to arrive. Given that Weiss's barrel on the flop certainly would have been invited to follow through, but instead he seeks to realize equity, unable to make anything better than an 8. His backdoor spades arrive. Do you prefer to lead into this 3 million and not miss out potentially? Or would you rather check? We see Hakim's preference.
I was about to say before he did it that I liked
got
the
it.
check, specifically because you have so much of this board with 2 5s and a queen. You give your opponent a chance to bluff, and also, I think if he backdoors a flush, he bets quite often anyways. So I think we're getting some money in the pot regardless, and we get to find a check raise quite a bit.
Not that time though. As Dennis knuckled back and took it down. Well, not only is Octopi Poker home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, but they are also giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. This could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. for free now at PokerGo.com/winmasters for your chance to win.
These are 3 tough players, Ollie.
Yeah, forgive the obvious, but couldn't agree more. And the longer this one draws out, the more it begins to dawn on you if it hasn't already. As Weiss picks up a flush draw plus a king. Checking over to Mickey. Working 7s. Diamonds on the turn. Gutter acquired for both players. No diamond draw.
Check. Check.
No action either. As the back door does come in. King's still the winner.
Duek has a queen and a low diamond. Maybe enough to find a bluff here. Yeah,
Okay.
or he could just decide 7s are enough to show down. It could win some small percentage of the time.
Full shutdown.
Seems quite close.
Well, this 25K has been around for some time. Going all the way back to 2018, we look upon the first champion, Sean Deeb, and he did it twice. A year removed with Stephen Chidwick interrupting Mr. Deeb's reign. And then Asia made its mark. Tong Li of China and Kai-Kwan Lau of Hong Kong before David Eldridge, your reigning champ, took down an $11.1 million prize pool bracelet. And this one exceeding that prize pool, doing so by a decent margin. 489 entries. Weiss entering on the button as a limp, King Jack 7-7 with the spades. Double suited 4-card rundown, and these are the kinds of hands that you want to put to work in PLO, which is precisely what Mickey has done. Queen 10, 10, 9 now for Hakim with diamonds. With limp and raise in front of us.
We haven't seen a lot of 3-way pots, but
Yeah, this one's a qualifier.
could think of a couple flops where we will see a lot of action.
Two hearts, 2 4s, and a king. Note that the Razor Pre has picked up a heart draw, the only one that's out there. Not exactly the spicy board texture for Hakim. Weiss has connected with the king, but spadeless texture.
This feels like the sort of flop that these hand strengths want to play quite carefully and slowly.
1.5.
Duek's just going to lead out. I mean, 5th pot, you just don't need to get it done that often for this bet to be effective.
Does manage to shed Hakim, who had higher hopes for his interactions. Not going to shed Weiss, I would imagine. Of course, he's going to be a little bit wary of aces, and in particular with 4s on board, the king does become less attractive
Sure, but I don't think he expects Duek to raise with a 4 in his hand too often. Obviously, you could have some combinations. Aces with a 4, the most likely. Ooh, that is an interesting turn card. I think having 2 7s in your hand makes it a little more exciting to call with top pair as well. You can just turn the nuts, essentially, on a 7.
Well, it isn't top pair anymore.
If there were ever a time to represent pocket aces, I think it's when you've raised out of the small blind over a limp and then picked up 2 flush draws.
3 million.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this has to get it done, right?
It would be absurdly ambitious to imagine that King Jack is performing anything close to well in this situation, and it does look like a very milky 3 million into 10-8, just begging for a call.
Nice hand.
The aces line does make sense. Maybe aces check with some frequency, but your hand turns so face up if all of a sudden you pile in action on the end.
Huge pickup for Duek, by the way.
Sure.
Just, I think he added something like 6 million to his stack, 7 million there.
Rare three-way affair, by the way, in a raised pot, no less. Conversation with Duek from our bio department, Jesse. We learned that he considers his biggest strength at the poker table that he can read people like it is no one's business. That's a quote.
I like the way you put that.
I mean, listen, humility is not something that is developed in our 20s, generally speaking, and especially when you have the kind of resume that he has, which supports him owning his aptitude out here, which has been on display on more than one occasion here at this World Series. Very pretty one for Hakim. Chooses to limp and finds an ace on a 2-club flop. Nothing further, though considerably more than we can say for Dennis.
The fact that he's decided to limp this hand out of the small blind indicates to me that he's just playing a pure limp strategy, which means that this ace-high board favors him heavily. That said, he could pretty much blow on this pot and win it. Weiss has queen high, nothing going on with his hand.
10 seconds.
He does love taking his time before folding. I wonder if there's some psychological factor there.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, just it costs you nothing to kind of make your opponents think that, you know, there's always something to think about. Well, there's a bio board on Jeff Hakim, brought to you by PokerGO, an entrepreneur from Arlington, Virginia, who attended McGill University. That's north of the border. Father of 1, married. In his wedding ring, not the only piece of jewelry available to him, as he did pick up a bracelet back in 2024. $2,500 no limit, 5 million guarantee, WSOP Paradise. Late last year.
10 seconds.
3 career final tables.
Cool.
Coming in.
Check.
By the way, Duek, with that 3rd place main event finish in 2022, how about Jeff Hakim 22nd all the way back in 2016 in the main? Ooh. So he knows a thing or two about a deep run. King 8-6 now. Couple of clubs on board, 1 heart. Limped pre by Weiss in the small. We await his decision making with nothing more than 6s. Mickey with backdoor nut hearts and an open ender.
10 seconds.
800.
And Dennis is going to lead at this one, Jesse. What do you make of this 800?
Yeah, this is interesting. I think this is saying, you know, this board's a little better for me. So I'm going to bet a bunch. I have a 6 in my hand. I have a club. I have a 7. So there are potential runouts I can bluff. This is possibly one of them.
9 of spades, providing an open-ender. Note that Mickey, too, has picked up the same open-ender, but with a pair of 9s. Weiss is not slowing down, Jesse.
Oh,
I
3.1
think
million.
this was exactly how he drew it up.
3.1.
When he bet the flop. He's sort of saying, you know, when the board runs out in a way that a 7 and some other card makes the nuts, I get to bluff at that board. And let's say the river's a deuce. This is going to work really well. Well, let's say the river's a 3. This is going to work really well because Duek might feel compelled to... Oh, he just folds turn. Wow.
Big blinds?
You surprised by that?
No, not terribly surprised. I mean, all you have is a pair and a straight draw. You could just be drawing dead to a chop.
Yeah, and a straight draw that's pretty face up
Yeah.
when it gets there. Well, do you want to play at the PokerGo studio? True Classic and PokerGo are giving 15 of you a shot at a $5,000 package to compete in a signature event at the end of 2025. Just tell us your poker story at trueclassictees.com/tcpokergo for your chance to win. That's trueclassictees.com/tcpokergo. Submit now and take your shot. And Jesse, you submitted your story already here today in the booth, your favorite poker story. You should
It doesn't have to be a
submit
personal story when they submit it. It can be someone else's story.
No. Well, I mean,
I wasn't really involved in the
it's a story.
16-year-old high-stakes phenom.
Why does it have to be your story?
That's a good point.
You know, it just says, and you know, this is loose language. I'm not sure they put this through, you know, the ChatGPT legal ringer, but just tell us your favorite poker story. I mean,
Well, Ali, I don't want to brag, but I've got like 6 BlackBerries at home, so I'll be multi-accounting this
wow.
particular
Good luck getting those things charged up
contest.
at this point, Jesse. You got about 2.5 minutes before they're gonna die. Did you see the movie BlackBerry?
I didn't.
It's good. It's worth a watch. Next time you're transatlantic.
I know the CEO was quite confident in their longevity
Yeah,
compared to the iPhone.
Overconfident maybe would be a
Yeah.
more fair way to describe his sentiments about the company.
Where?
Well, sometimes when you're manifesting, Ali, you
But huge on the turn though.
tend to imagine there isn't a world where you don't succeed, and that might be a little bit of a double-edged sword at times.
Nine, 6 tray and a couple of diamonds here. Hakim with a gut shot and a flush draw.
Weiss with top and bottom.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
We could see some money go in this pot. Hakim may just check here. This seems like a very middling strength type of hand that, I don't know, you could go either way.
Wow, look at this. Hakim gonna seize initiative, grabbing this one by the reins after limping pre and coming with 900. Half pot. Weiss is not going to be going anywhere. But the 2-pair sorts of hands tend to tread pretty lightly in Pot-Limit Omaha, and they lack durability unimproved.
Yeah, especially top and bottom. That's kind of the
Yeah.
classic play it carefully.
Mm-hmm. Wading into the quicksand is Weiss. Queen on the turn. Hakim now with top pair.
That's a lot of additional equity. Look at this. He's a favorite right now.
Yeah, by
How much is
10%,
that?
despite being behind.
He just has so many outs. He has every 2-pair. Flush, gut shot, board pair, like a 6 would win it for him.
2.4.
2.4.
How much did you say was in the middle and
3.6.
Thank you.
Is Weiss just going to say, I think you have enough draws here and I have the best hand enough that I'm just going to pile it in now?
The problem, of course, Jesse, is Weiss knows his numbers. These 9s and 3s, if Hakim's willingness to barrel not once but twice at this with a hand that doesn't currently have us beat, is going to have heaps of equity against 9s and trays. And so these are considerations that we must make because Hakim has not shown a propensity to put it in thin or bad.
Absolutely. That's a great point. If they're receiving any information from the rail, and I don't know if they're allowed to or if they are, but they would know Hakim has been keeping it quite snug.
Yeah, he has.
The problem for Weiss there is...
Problem is he was ahead but behind.
Yeah, the problem is when his opponent does have a draw, he has a lot of equity, like you said. When he has a made hand, when he has a made hand, when Hakim has a made hand, Weiss is just dead.
Yeah.
Or very close to it.
Yeah.
2 outs, maybe.
Call. Check. Heads up.
Ace, ace 7, and a couple of diamonds, providing Mickey with a diamond draw. Weiss with just the 3s. The pre-flop action has been largely contained of late.
10 seconds.
And in particular, the Weiss versus Duek altercations, Jesse, are the ones that feel caged if they're both going to be abiding by what should be a mutual interest in not, you know, doing anything explosive.
Call.
There's almost an unsaid agreement to play
You have an extra.
smaller pots against
an
each
extra
other
water?
than you would ever play normally.
do?
But
Wow.
I can go get you.
Presto, a 3 on the turn after Weiss barreled at this one. This is absolutely the card he had in mind. Realistically, he just wanted to take the pot then and there, but if he doesn't, this is a delight. I mean, do we do a little bit of checking was what I was going to ask, Jesse. It would appear that Weiss doesn't feel in the mood for such things.
so when you have 3s, it's nice to bet because your opponent can have all the ace-X, right? Like you're completely unblocking an ace, but it's also nice to check because you keep in those hands that are drawing stone dead, like flush draws.
The
you want them
hands
to
that
catch up a
don't
bit.
contain the ace.
Yeah. Like for instance, I think here Duek might just find a fold. You want that hand sticking around.
Yeah, 7 and a dusty diamond draw. Not showing an appetite to continue in the face of the second barrel from Dennis. There's the shot, by the way. You see? Looks like a multi-pitchfork kind of, whatever the charm is on the necklace, the pendant.
Multi-pitchfork feels like we're going somewhere else with it.
Well, you know, I'm not.
Maybe not
suggesting-
maritime as much as... Oh, you did say something pagan earlier, didn't you?
What do you mean by I said something pagan?
You mentioned...
Everything that comes out of my mouth is basically pagan. But yeah, I mean, I was exploring whether or not this Blair Witch.
2.1.
Anyway, aces and 8s, the old dead man's hand. But with diamonds, an ace king 10-7 here for Hakim. Third club is inconvenient.
That's the sort of hand that might repot on the stack side. Did he just immediately repot?
Yeah,
Oh.
not even a time bank. He shoves 6-6 in there.
Oh, this is it, Ollie. We're getting it in.
I mean, Weiss realizing that this level of commitment is one that ensures the remaining 5.1 are to follow if he jams. Boy, he's going to have rest of it. Well, Hakim found the one. Unfortunately, he found it when the opposition found aces.
Yeah, really unfortunate timing for him.
He needs clubs, and he needs them in a hurry. Maybe some queen jack to help him out. Something. Anything.
Yeah, them two.
Yeah, let's see.
Pittsburgh native.
Yeah, not me.
Heading over to his rail for a little love.
A lot of clubs. Queen 10,
Huh?
queen,
Ace,
queen
ace,
jack,
eight, eight.
queen jack on the flop.
Aces is ace king is at risk.
Even all in and
Can't see on
behind,
the
Hakim
thing?
just seems so chill. Oh, look at that.
Ace-6 tray, the case needle
And
says hello here. Nothing more than one club
yeah.
to provide potential hope for Hakim, who could easily draw dead, but the
He
nine
could hit it.
2 8s, he has 2 8s.
on the
The guy is
turn.
too fucking
Blocked
That'd be a sick
is the
one.
gutter by the 2-8s.
Good luck,
For
man.
Weiss, how dirty
you.
would this be if Frosty the Snowman showed up in a 24 million chip pot?
That would be a truly absurd run out.
Not gonna happen.
Good game, well played.
I'm playing with you.
Mickey,
Good game.
take it down, bro. Best of luck.
Thank you, brother.
Jeff Hakim's run comes to an end, but not before a couple of healthy pay ladders as
Can
the
I go
short
take a
stack
piss?
coming in. Ultimately finishing in third,
you.
collecting the first of the seven-figure payouts. $1,062,000 a slather atop the $4.3 million in career tournament earnings coming into this one for the 38-year-old. Now has 5.4 million plus in career earnings, but he's going to leave behind Dennis Weiss and Michael Duek to battle for a bracelet as Weiss, the chip leader, coming in. We'll take a 21 million chip advantage into that heads-up battle. That glimpse brought to you by PokerStars. Jesse and I are going to step aside ever so briefly, about 10 minutes from heads-up play here. Stay close. Back in a few.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
In terms of poker prowess,
Fedor Holtz call.
sure. It's an extra 4%. It always matters. But, and the 10-6 matters a lot because you're just not dead very often when you are behind.
Cool.
Yeah, he goes with it. Wow. That's
Well,
a very tough call.
If you weren't going to be surprised by a muck, perhaps you are surprised by this jam. Shakerchi, of course, snapping. And all of a sudden, 10.5 in the middle here, Jesse, out of seemingly left field. Hakim is a 65-35 favorite with 2 to come. He blocks the 10, which would give Shakerchi the nuts straight.
I think with the price he was being laid, he needed something like 38% against Shakerchi, 39% before factoring ICM, so maybe a little bit more after that. Obviously getting it against this exact hand, I don't know how he does against Shakerchi's entire range. It's pretty complicated, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's correct that he's getting that sort of price.
Well, the turn is cozy, and
Ooh.
so is the river, as the Case King giving Hakim top set for good measure. Be the case, of course, given all the jockeying that's going to be going on here.
Yeah, this is becoming a really nice stack setup for Weiss.
Shakerchi and Krentzman both lurking down there. You could see a war of attrition break out.
10 seconds.
Word coming down from our producer, Zach, that Duek likes to go by Mickey.
10 seconds.
I mean, I prefer saying Mickey over Duek. It's a lot easier to... As, you know, being an uncultured American over here, I have trouble with some of the names
For
that we
me,
have
it
to
just
pronounce.
it conjures animated mice you know, but okay.
Are you more
Fair
of
play.
a Donald Duck guy? Or what's going on here?
No, it's just, you know, I mean, Mickey naturally, immediate word association is mouse. And I don't think that's the spirit animal for Duek out here by any stretch.
He's got more of a Wolverine type of vibe.
Sure. You know, he's predator, not prey.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Well, the most predacious holding here is Mickey's ace-jack. Top pair, top kicker. Oh, wow, look at this.
Yeah.
Weiss with the seldom seen monotone hand, getting involved from the small with the price, and now all of a sudden taking a swing here with a deuce.
Easily the least exciting of the three, and out of position of both players. Just identifying that that board might be a little bit better for the small blind than the other two players.
Sure.
Duek's in position, top pair. Some other stuff working with it. Yeah, he's not going to let it go right away.
Peels and the 9 of clubs on the turn. Now providing a double gutter to Mickey.
Weiss picks up a gut shot. Still not a lot of hand to work with, but maybe so little that he feels as if he can use it as a bluff. Generally, you'd like to have more equity when you're bluffing in these situations. It's a very equity-driven game.
But, you know, when we're playing it late stage tournament like this with these big ladders, it's also layered by kind of that ICM, that tournament aspect as well. So you see the influence of both forces. Duek looking to influence Weiss right into the muck here, betting 2 million with the best hand. Just one pair as it stands.
10 seconds.
And down we go. 1 to 2% of what comes out of my mouth is serious. All the rest can just be disregarded.
It's fine, man. I don't need bracelets or respect for my partners in the booth.
Spoken like a man without a bracelet. I would know, by the way. The difference is, I'm not trying again. You know, because I know my lane.
Oh yeah, me neither.
I want to just be with the deviants, the misfits, you know, in the mixed cash game streets this time of year.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. The deviants in the mixed cash game streets are, they're the best kind of deviants.
One of these days, I swear, I'm going to see a flying saucer in North Valley at Bellagio, and I'm going to know that that person's in the mixed game. Be like this alien. 900,000. Shakerchi taxing the limp from Weiss. Queen 8-7 deuce sticking around for the extra 600 here. Weiss is in the mood to tussle. 10-10-7 with a couple of spades. This is all Shakerchi. Trip tens versus just the lowly 7.
I think Shakerchi wants to bet really small here.
I think there's an all-in for a bracelet somewhere nearby, if I had to guess. Not sure Kniff's rail involved.
You know he won a bracelet last summer as well.
You know, there's so many events now. Forgive me, I don't clock it all, but I believe you, Jesse. What event was this? Do you remember?
I think it was like the 5K opener, maybe. Wow. Pretty sick though to potentially win 2 bracelets back-to-back years and have final table the main a couple years before that. That's for a guy who already has a pretty nice resume, that is really something.
Pretty sick, by the way, to be drawing thin and then pick up what you think is a ton of equity on the turn with this 6 of club. Weiss won a bracelet in Rozvadov. Came in as a chip leader on the hunt for number 2. And Shakerchi is going to give us an all-in here.
That's
Less than
so frustrating when you're looking down at the 8-7 of clubs.
I gotta pause the clock.
You know, to be fair, Jesse, when we peel somewhat thin, like Weiss did, in the face of the flop barrel, from a stack that was going to be facing sub 1 SPR, if we called on the turn, these are the situations that we can find ourselves in.
That's a very good point. We put ourselves in this spot, and now we have to work out whether we can get away from it or what happens here. It's quite likely that Shakerchi has a 10. And I don't even know if we're doing that well versus the non-10 hands. If Shakerchi took this line with some spades, they quite often have an overpair to go with them. With some clubs, they have an overpair to go with them quite a bit, which is really bad.
Pot lateness better than 2-1, but a losing formula in Pot Limit Omaha, just ask anybody who's played long enough, is to chase flushes when there are pairs on board. Very hazardous for you. It's time to award a bracelet from where else but the World Series of Poker, as the 25K Pot Limit Omaha is down to heads up from here in Horseshoe, Las Vegas. And there are the final two on your screen. Ali Najad and Jesse Sylvia working our way down to a $2.2 million winner. Who will it be? That man who brought the chip lead in with a heads-up record of 1-1 from Germany, Dennis Weiss? Or will it be Mickey Duek, who gets it done in the two-card streets as well? 2022's main event, third place finisher, just 1-4 heads up, looking to notch a second W, and in the process, pick up another bracelet. Payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker, an assured $1.5 million. But look at the margin, $770,000 roughly. The difference between second and first.
That's a fairly healthy heads-up match there, Ollie.
Yeah, it is. By the way,
I need more cards,
correction.
and I think he does as well.
As I
yeah.
suggested that Duek
Unless you want to
had a
switch it to hold
bracelet.
it. I don't know.
Does not. This would be his first. What he does have, though, is, as it stands, $9.3 million in career tournament earnings. So it's strange because you kind of make the assumption that when you put together that big a career total at the ripe age of 26, some of that would have been the byproduct of a bracelet, but yet just deep runs when it counted.
Boy, this would be a great event to win your first bracelet in.
Sure. Ace Jack 4 to kick things off. Both players with a jack.
I was going to say, with the presence of the big ante and the fact that it doesn't factor into a pot size raise pre-flop, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of limping, especially as we get shallower in stacks. It makes a ton of sense to me. Equities are close. You want to ensure that you're always playing hands on the button. Some hands aren't quite strong enough to raise, but they can certainly limp.
Mickey having improved to jacks up. Barreling 1.2. That gut shot is in part what allows Dennis to make the call here. 6-3 is what he's got his eyes on, as well as the jack. King on the end now. Jackson 7's losing some luster.
I have a jack.
Jack 7.
Check back from Mickey, and he will take pot A
Nice.
of heads up. You know, as sound as Mickey has been en route to this heads up battle, it is important to delineate that in any particular poker variant, even the difference between three-handed and heads up is huge. It is a different animal. It's something that needs to be experienced, practiced, polished, studied, all of the above. And Mickey's results at 1-4, Jesse, you can't judge him and suggest or imply that because of that record there's some adjustment he needs to make or he's been doing something wrong, because it is also the swingiest form of poker.
Absolutely. And also, you don't know how he showed up to those heads-up matches. Maybe he was a wildly short stack and he was very lucky to even get heads-up, and he came in with very little chance. It could have been a 10-to-1 chip type of situation. Sure. We don't really know.
Never reflected in that stat. Jack 7-3 with a couple of hearts this time, as once more they limp their way to a flop. Threes for Mickey, checking over to deuces.
I do feel like, having watched these guys play three-handed and four-handed, there's going to be at least a small metagame dynamic type of thing going on where Mickey is running a lot of bluffs and Weiss is looking for strong bluff catchers to catch him. It just seems like Mickey finds more bluffs than the average PLO player.
Well, a look at our tournament summary, brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly, and winning is what these two guys are doing, no matter what the result, with that guaranteed $1.5 million as the lion's share of the prize pool, comprised of 489 entries, looks to be divvied up. Weiss did pick up a bracelet last year in Rosvedov, in a 5K PLO. He understands what it takes.
I always find it so impressive, these guys who find back-to-back years of PLO bracelets. There's not very many PLO events every year.
Right. Important to point out just the availability of opportunities. Never mind that those PLO events, man, they are ripe with killers. You know. Meanwhile, Queen 4 tray, couple of clubs. You see the wheel draw and a pair of fours for Weiss, slipping it over to a wheel draw of its own. The same fours. Mickey content to check back. Now the spade draw is acquired as the board pairs with the tray.
Perhaps a window opening for Duek to win this pot. If he were to bet the turn, I don't know if Weiss has enough to continue. And picking up all this additional equity, he might feel like he could bet and get some middling pairs to fold, something like, you know, a hand that has 2 7s in it or 2 8s, but not much else going with it. So there is a lot of merit to betting. Yeah, he's going to find a bet here. I imagine this works.
2.6 million.
$2.6 million from Duek, emboldened by the arrival of the nut spade draw. Even though as a razor on the button, we're not supposed to have the threes, we can have the big pairs. Some queen interaction, and it is enough to shed Dennis.
Yeah, he just lets it go. That's a pretty effective turn bet. I could even see some very weak queens without anything else going on. Just laying it down on the turn in Weiss's shoes. Duek's up to a nice little start. If he wins a couple more pots, he will be even in chips with Weiss. These little momentum shifts can really help the confidence.
You know, we've observed it so many times, Jesse, you and I, where all of a sudden somebody who felt down and out begins to brim over and just pep in their step and, you know, higher VPIPs, more aggression. It's a very swingy thing, and you got to be out there to really understand it, you know.
Especially when you've been getting clobbered by the deck and then you run a nice bluff or something. That's great for the morale.
Not so great as the 8-5 deuce board. Heartless is Mickey with a gutter, double gutter, 4 or the 7. Would do the trick, so maybe a little bit better than at first glimpse, I confess. But top pair here for Weiss will speak after limping pre.
Ooh.
Peel. Another 1.6. Close to the center.
I feel like this call really sets the tone by Mickey. Like, not that we're going to see this hands at Showdown too often, but it sort of states, you know, I'm not looking to fold very often. I'm in there with a gut shot, 2 overs to the 8.
Came on the turn. Backdoor club draw arriving.
10 seconds.
Look at this. Without the heart or the club draw, but interfering with the jack of clubs and the 6 of hearts. Weiss barrels again. Nothing more than the 80 flopped and the 2.4.
That's a nice turn barrel. I feel like that's the sort of turn barrel that's outside my pay grade a little bit. That's a really good find by Weiss.
There's the chipped in nominations brought to you by True Classic. All 6 figures. Hundreds. 500s. And then now the 1 millions. I guess that's 7 figures. I don't guess.
1.8.
I know, but I didn't know when I said it. My bad.
Speaking of 6 figures, you never mentioned what car you were driving down the Autobahn in.
I think I did. I said M6.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very respectable.
Yeah. It was until that 65 pulled up behind me and was like out of the way. Slow poke.
That's tough, man.
I mean, to be fair, I had more to give, but I was like, listen, man, over 150? What are we doing out here? He was the real deal. Maybe I'm on YouTube somewhere as the idiot that was in the way. Ace, Queen, Trey, Rainbow here. Advantage Weiss.
Bet 1.4.
Duek's going to take a shot at it. He won't be successful on the flop, I would imagine. But he might have some ideas on different turn cards. He does have 2 10s. Could potentially represent Broadway on a number of turns.
I don't like that check call peel on the flop. These lines now with the raise to 1.8 and the follow through to 1.4 beginning to inform us with respect to the headspace that Mickey is in, and it's very much a get up and get after it, not necessarily a chisel and cobble sort of vibe that we're getting. Nut flush draw acquisition for Weiss. He's got this one by the throat. Checks over once more.
That's a really nice looking card for Weiss. That means you don't have to make any difficult decisions on the turn.
It's not a terrible looking river either for just an ace. Talk a little bit though about the bet, check, bet line in general by players in position. Jesse is being tethered to value in credible holdings. But
yeah.
Let's see, TBD, whether or not the opportunity will be granted. I would imagine it will, as Weiss isn't going to be particularly proud of the ace-9, but the bet does not come forth as Mickey just concedes, and now the margin grows to nearly 2.2. Provisions being provided to Weiss, unclear if they're alcoholic in nature. What is clear, however, is that Brian Rast came back so improbably against Andrew Ye, given he was down to 1 big bet, maybe on more than one occasion in that 10K Rast to take it down. Osmus, Galfon, and Schulman eligible for the Poker Hall of Fame this year, and Seaver and Jason Mercier leading the 10K horse as the household names doing their thing out here in Vegas this year. Limp, not going to get through. As Duek charging the extra 1.2 to take it to the flop. Ace, king, queen, 7. 3 hearts motivating him. His turn to flop the ace. A couple of 9s out there. 2 diamonds as well. Follow through should get it done. You know, I say should, Jesse, but we've seen some gangster peels.
We certainly have. This would be a really wild one.
I mean, it will be a chip leader floating in position, just trying to see whether or not some equity is there or some deference would develop on the turn, but ultimately concession out of Weiss as Duek starts to claw back.
I'm trying to think of what hands Weiss would want to check raise on the flop as a bluff. Maybe something like 2 10s with a diamond that blocks some flush draws and can turn what is basically the nuts.
Jesse, is that Wreck-It Ralph on the forearm? I don't, you know, I think it was a Disney Pixar.
Oh yeah.
Is that him?
No, I gotta get a closer look at this. What's the girl's name
I mean,
in that? I think that
I
is. I recognize
girl,
his friend, the girl.
I don't. Come on.
Sarah Silverman voiced her.
Yeah, but that was Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah. Glitch.
No glitches here. Queens and spades sending us to 1.8. Weiss in it. 10-6-4 and a couple of hearts. He finds a set. Overpair and an open-ender for Mickey. Spadeless texture, 4-2 in the middle.
This is a big flop for both hands. Duek doesn't have a heart, but he has a lot of equity, and it's the type of hand that might like to bet now and protect. Or charge some things.
Neither of us would be surprised by a barrel. That much
Wow.
is for sure.
This check back might have just saved his tournament, by the way.
I mean, very disciplined. And without a heart in hand, third heart shows up on the turn. So the queen's starting to prune.
I feel like Duek checked that back really quickly, so it's easy to just kind of pass it over. But that check back, I think with the bet, money goes in.
Instead, Weiss, heartless in hand, also a little bit wary of the development. Checking. Let's see where Mickey takes us. Checking back. 4th heart on board. Often in PLO, the arrival of the 4th card to the suit is comforting because it just interferes with our opponent's ability to have the flush.
Yeah, especially the jack of hearts. It's a pretty significant heart. Look at this. Weiss is going to find a little value bet.
I mean, 9-10 jack, I've got my eye on that as a sort of 3-card combo that does interact reasonably with the pre-flop opening range on the button from Mickey, but undaunted, looking to set his own price, convinced that hearts weren't there, and he leads and just takes it down. And speaking of people that took one down, how about Matt Vengren? Event number 54, picking up a bracelet in the $1,500 Pot-Limit Omaha. Moments ago, you saw Punat Punsri there with him.
Brad Owen in there. Shout out to Brad.
Yeah.
That's quite a rail. 2 legends of the game in very different ways, I feel like.
We're going to play a limped one here. 3 in the window, followed by offsuit 7-8. 2 pair for Weiss. Action checked over by the gut shot and the 8. And double gutter. Good bit of hand here for Mickey to continue. Dennis charging 800,000. Duek making the call. Finding a 9 on the turn. That gives him a 10 high straight. Note that Weiss, with the Jack-7, has what would be a face-up gutter if it came in.
Weiss is going to be very happy to check back here, assuming Duek doesn't lead. Oh, he does lead, though.
Wow.
Just identifies that there's a number of 2 pairs and other such hands that are happy to check back, but you can get value out of them with a lead. For instance, this one feels close. Against 6-10, you have 7 outs.
So Weiss hangs around. Obviously, those full house outs more so on his mind than finding the 10. 4-liner on board now after the 5 rolls off. And of course, Mickey is really hoping that 6X is part of Weiss's holding, where he can show down the 10 high straight, pick up some value.
I wonder if Weiss had plans to bluff on a diamond. He doesn't have the world's greatest blocker, but certainly worth considering that when you're deciding to call the turn. Although I think calling the turn just based on the strength of your hand and the pot odds you're getting is perfectly acceptable.
That's $6.5 million, and Weiss made a believer now. Not going to get out of line with 7s and trays there as a bluff catcher. Duek trying to battle his way back in this one. 25K Pot-Limit Omaha final table. Well, the second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action filmed at NAPT Las Vegas in 2024 with Loose Cannon, Jordan Handrick taking on Gentili, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. Don't miss it on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Mickey limping with the king queen 6-5, a finger wag from Dennis to 1.8. Brought to you by Queens, which turn into top set. Note that Mickey has just flopped top and bottom here, 4.2 in the middle.
What's funny about this hand is I bet Weiss is expecting not to get much action unless Mickey has some kind of strong draw, because he has 2 queens and an 8, so he has so much of the board.
Right.
And somehow Duek still has queen 6.
What he doesn't have, though, in hand is a spade, and he doesn't have any card that interferes with straight draws. Looking at the Jack 10, 9, 7 stuff, which would limp call a raise. 2.1, barreled and called. Pot growing to 8.4. Mickey in a horrendous way. Ace of spade turn. Given the lack of spades in hand, that could be a little bit of an action freezer.
Yeah, that's one of those cards that looks awful if you're Mickey, and it's actually one of the best cards in the deck for you.
But I mean, listen, raise pre, barrel post, and then check turn. Maybe we don't think spades are lurking across the way, and if they aren't, perhaps we decide to turn our hand into a bluff at some point. Doesn't seem particularly necessary for the time being, as he does check back.
I would imagine Mickey doesn't expect his hand to be good very often. He probably doesn't think his opponent has a flush a tremendous percent of the time, but he does have a really nice hand for showdown purposes, and he doesn't have a spade, so this would be a really severely low priority bluff. Bluffing with this hand would almost be saying, I'm turning nearly every hand I have here into a bluff.
Ah, queens.
Does end up getting shut down. And that could have been a little bloodier had other things said hello on the turn.
Mickey has done a great job of losing the minimum so far.
Good looking run down here for Weiss. These are those hands that have so much reach. You know, the lower part of the board comes and you interact with a straight draw. Middle stuff comes, you got 2 pair, maybe a wrap. Big stuff comes, 10-jack can find Broadway.
You can rep it as the razor on the button.
Yeah.
These are also the sort of hands that we were saying play a little worse, 3 or 4 handed with ICM being a factor. Now, suddenly they're back to their full value.
Oh, yeah. One of the interesting things on Mickey's bio, by the way, is the fact that in Florida, the card rooms allow people to start playing at 18 years of age because technically they're on Native American land. And so it isn't 21 and up, which means that he started his journey 3 years earlier than many others would have had the opportunity to.
Nice.
And that experience, I think, is part of what makes him look as polished as he is at this age.
So he's a weathered 23-year-old.
Weathered might be rich.
Oh, sorry, he's 26 now. Final tabled at 23. Right?
Seasoned.
Seasoned 26-year-old.
A nice dry rub. King 9-3. A nice top and bottom pair. More than we can say for the pre-flop razor Weiss.
Ali, are you trying to consume this fellow?
I am not, Jesse. Let's be clear. Just went with a culinary metaphor there. You know, I did realize once the words dry rub came out of my mouth that perhaps it wasn't
There are a few ways to take
the
that
best
one,
angle.
Ollie.
Yeah.
Well,
dry is generally not the preferred. Anyway, deuce of hearts on the turn. That's dry.
That's quite dry. Duek's 2 pair is looking very good at this point. I mean, he could be up against something like King 9 that just slow played the flop, but most of the better hands would look to check raise at a pretty high capacity.
Well, Dennis is not looking to put any more in the middle, as it feels like a one and done proposition, given that that king of spades that he was interacting with has not found a companion on the turn to make things interesting or pique his interest. Mickey promptly activates. And that'll be that. Still unable to break out, though, is Mickey Duek. 28 million to 45 million right now, but he seems very ready to take this one as deep as necessary to try to claim his first bracelet. Tournament update now brought to you by Splash Sports. We've talked about the staggering 489 entries. 2.3 million roughly for first. Current average stack 36.7 across these final 2 guys. Good for 61 bigs.
Boy, that was a pretty speculative flop peel last hand by Weiss. You have to be careful with those. It's easy to start looking at backdoor flush draws and such and flicking the chips in, but
Well, wasn't
He loses a lot of big
Didn't he
blinds.
lead out as the pre-flop raiser out of position?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Okay. No, wait, Mickey. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mickey bet the turn when
Yeah, you're
Weiss
absolutely
checked.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say that was.
Speculative would have been generous. I mean, like, yeah.
It seemed out of the ordinary for Weiss.
No, but, you know, raising pre and then following through on that board texture, just trying to take one down. You can kind of get behind that for sure. But without any assistance on that dry deuce turn, he decided to bow out. Mickey not bowing out, just limping the button. Both players with threes here.
I was about to say the rare pocket 3 versus pocket 3 situation.
With a 9. The only delineator is the 8 versus king card as it comes 10-6-5.
8's looking real good right now as a side card.
Yeah, much better than the king. Gut shot straight draw, immediate offering here on the flop, which is rainbow. Round to knuckles. 9 shows up to pair both parties, advantage Mickey with the king kicker.
The 9's a really nice card for Duek's chances of getting to showdown. I think it's just enough for both players to start checking down. Depending on river cards, of course.
Oh, that river card puts Weiss on the 10 high straight. Make a little noise. Easy release there for Mickey. Although easy definitely isn't the way that I would describe heads up thus far for Mickey. He's fought. And you wonder how much that 1-4 record coming into this one is on his mind. You know, doesn't have his bracelet, has made these deep runs. Here he is, just one step away, trailing, and obviously well aware that he's got his hands full with Dennis Weiss. He doesn't seem like he's thinking about anything other than the task at hand. In fact, I believe he's humming.
He's having a great time out there.
Was he humming Sublime at one point?
I didn't pick up any Sublime, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Summertime, the living is easy. Granted, that's been covered by a lot of bands, but meanwhile, ace 8-5. Weiss, the aggressor, to 1.8 pre. 9s, clubs, not exactly the sexiest holding. What came together plus the button.
I don't always hum when I'm heads up for $750,000, but when I do, I'm channeling Bradley Knowles.
I thought you were going to take us in the Dos Equis direction. Most interesting man in the world commercial.
Maybe a little bit of that. I don't know. I don't know how much time we'll have.
Wheel gutter backdoor spades here. Mickey giving it a chew. Oh, wow. Hang on a second.
It's a bit ambitious, but
he might have ideas on a later street. King of Hearts, not something that invites creativity out of Mickey's holding. Of course, the 9s have improved.
Even with the king on the turn, Weiss doesn't have a tremendous amount of hand here. If it does go check-check and Duek were to find the bluff, which would make a lot of sense, it's going to be a very tricky spot for Weiss. Now, perhaps a little less tricky on that card. I don't even know. Because now it feels like Duek will be pretty happy to value bet a number of aces. Yeah, look at this. This is really small. This actually feels designed to get something worse than a king to fold, like an 8 or pocket 10s, that sort of thing.
You got it.
$2.5 million out of Mickey.
Big old king.
Ambitious and ineffective as Dennis dug in with that king 9 as played. Obviously, he was afforded a call there on the end, and that is a sub 20 million stack now in front of Mickey. 2.5 to 1 plus the advantage for Dennis. Could a second Pot-Limit Omaha World Series bracelet be not far down the road for the German? Keep an eye on Mickey, by the way, Jesse, just kind of on the heels of a little frustration. Let's see, let's observe whether or not you get the sense that any of that is brimming, maybe influencing.
The humming has subsided.
Yeah, sure. 2.5 million on the end there is a bit of a silencer. 10-7 deuce here. Not exactly an amplifier, this bottom pair for Weiss. Does have the gut shot, the Jack 9 working. Middle pair for Mickey. Yeah, pre-flop Rays are willing to check this particular board, and all of a sudden Mickey pouncing. Feeling as though that's an honest knuckle in front of him. The trouble is there are a lot of board textures in Pot-Limit Omaha versus like a limp calling range on the button, where a hand better than the 7 is still happy to check and try to contain things. So
yeah,
unlike in 2-card where maybe you feel like there's a little bit more of a straightforward deal.
7.1.
Whoa. Whoa.
Suddenly gloves came off, and this is a nasty check raise that shaves another 2.5 milli off of Mickey, Jesse. First look we've gotten at something like that. Dennis.
Yeah.
Starting to flex.
That was a really interesting check raise because it looks like a size that was just committing, but it's not a hand that you would, like a hand strength that you would naturally check raise, get it in. So I feel like that was sort of a rare put in half of effective stacks almost and fold to a jam type of situation, but I'm not sure. It's just, he would be getting such a good price. It almost felt like he picked up on some sort of weakness from Mickey and just decided to attack.
Maybe.
More than anything.
I mean, only he knows whether or not that's what motivated him, but the bad news for Mickey is not only the losses that are mounting and dwindling his stack, but the blinds elevating to 4 and 800, which now thins him out to sub 20 bigs coming into this one. King 10, 9, 8, turning into a gutter. Backdoor heart draw. Weiss with a gutter and 7s. Inferior backdoor hearts. Double gutter, by the way. I keep glossing over the dual paths. Deuce or a 6 would do the trick.
I'm still thinking about that last hand.
That was nasty.
That was really sweet. I mean, he must be committing his stack. It's just not a natural check raise, get it in type of hand.
Sure.
But I think it's just a check raise because I think you're folding a lot and begrudgingly get it in and run it with a pair, some overs.
I don't think the check raise was because he was salivating over the prospects of,
yeah,
hey, let's run it. I think, like you said, he's just like, I think this dude really wants to win a pot, and I'm not so sure that he's going to try to do so with, a hand that can handle this heat. 4 on the turn after Weiss bet 800 and Mickey peeled. Dennis, 2 pair. See if he comes with pot control or if he wants to continue to cobble. Here's your answer. King 10, 9, 8 can fight no further. It's all flowing in the wrong direction if you're Mickey Duek right now. As Weiss now ascends to 60 million plus.
Boy, Weiss really seems to know where he's at in these hands. It's pretty wild.
Well, what's been wild is the leap into the future that the World Series of Poker has brought us this year, responding to one of the biggest pain points at the World Series. Victims of their own popularity, a lot of those long lines have been replaced with a digital alternative. We're talking, of course, about the new WSOP Plus app where you can register. Download it today on the Google Play Store or on your iOS devices. Pain is one way to describe what Mickey has been incurring and experiencing here since pretty much the onset of Heads Up, but very much in the last handful of hands. King trade deuce. Weiss beginning to accelerate the aggression, wagging his finger at the limp. 2.4 man bringing us here. Tens plus a diamond draw. Dennis gonna bet again, and what do? We have no spades. We have really no excuse to continue, and I think Mickey's chips are gonna dwindle even further, and it's official as he lays it down.
Mickey has reached the stack size where Weiss is just happy to pile it in with any reasonable amount of equity and run it. And that's a great strategy in PLO because anytime you get a fold, it's so significant.
Sure.
It really is a game of just trying to maximize fold equity more than anything else and get your opponent to under-realize their equity. Oof. The hits just keep coming for Weiss.
He's holding the deck now. Kings, clubs, and ace. Plus the button and this massive chip lead. Up we go.
He's got to be feeling so good right now. Everything's going his way. Oh,
Rainbow,
no.
ace, king, eight, deuce. And if you're frustrated and you feel like this guy is V-pipping too much, it's the kind of hand where maybe you think 2.4 is up for grabs. I don't know. He's done well to flat. Mickey finding second pair. Weiss's kings. Still what he's playing. Action checked over.
He got the tiniest piece of this flop. Stack to pot just barely over 1.
10 seconds.
Certainly not the flop he was looking for, but
That was 1.2 million.
not sure if we don't still go with it.
These are tough laydowns that are just mounting in succession now for Mickey.
Yeah, you could really feel the pain of that one.
Yeah.
He almost pulled the cards back and did something else. He just sick of chipping down.
This is what we talked about, though, in Heads Up. It is so demoralizing. It can really test your mettle in terms of patience, tolerance, you know, emotional regulation.
Yeah.
No puedo respirar.
You just want something to fight with. You know, you just want something to get down to a turn, a river, maybe make a move. And now when your stack gets sub 10 big blinds, you don't have a lot of that available to you. A hand needs to show up, and it needs to show up in a hurry.
We like to think that we make the best play every hand, but realistically, we're human beings. And sometimes you just want to win.
Yeah.
And you do something a little out of line to get that win, and it costs you a lot.
Usually when the person gets out of line, it's cost me a lot. In my experience, I'm like, oh.
There's that too, that happens. Somebody else wins a bunch of pots off somebody at the table, gets them real tilted, they play a hand bad against you and get there. I've been there.
King King 10-9 board here. Backdoor hearts, gut shot, straight draw for Mickey, who limped and spent 2.4 total after Weiss wagged his finger.
And Weiss is so short. Yeah, he's not even going
Got
to
it.
play this board safely. He's just going to run
Ten
equity.
in the gutter.
Ace king, good luck, mate.
Well, we're on our feet. And the reason is that Weiss asked for the 4.8 and Mickey said, let's go. Can't wait any longer. And might he finally win one here, heads up. 15.2 in the middle. Well, you would feel just in terms of the sheer volume of pots that Dennis has won. He's really held the deck here, heads up. He's done some cool stuff, but at the end of the day, it was going to be tough for Mickey Duek to overcome things, but the turn now puts him in front with 10s and 4s. 65-35 favorite. Can he hold on? Can he fade the 14 outs? A 9 on the end, and it's a counterfeiter.
That was fucking tilting.
I think
That
he
sums
just
it
said
up.
it best.
Yeah.
That's
Need to get there.
tilting. Thanks.
Very easy.
Thanks.
Good game, boys.
Well, Mickey Duek forced to accept second place and be denied bracelet number 1. $1.5 million, the consolation
Thank you
prize
for railing me.
for him. How'd you see his rail coming over to console?
Literally just lose.
Yeah.
No reason
Well
for
done,
him
dude.
to hang his
Hey.
head, Jesse. He impressed us
Well
very
done.
much.
No.
But at the end of the day, the chip leader coming in rode that chip lead
I'll be
All right,
right
to
here.
I'm
victory.
kinda
Bracelet
hungry.
number 2 at the World
Made it.
Series in a PLO variant for the German Dennis Weiss will collect $2.3 million in the process. One final glimpse at the payouts. Brought to you by PokerStars. Ben Lamb, Phil Ivey didn't quite make it to day 4, but day 2 were hurdles that needed to be cleared by Dennis en route to victory. He looked great out there, Jesse.
He really did. Everything just going flawlessly for the most part.
That check raise was the one that I think really raised our eyebrows and made us realize that this is a force to be reckoned with, an unlikely one that's going to be absent any of the big PLO stuff still to come.
Absolutely.
Well, props, of course, due to Mickey Duek, the young 26-year-old, now with $9.3 million in career earnings. But how about Dennis Weiss taking himself from $345K in career earnings to $2.5 million? Bracelet number 2. Congrats to the German. Certainly hope you enjoyed today's coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner in the booth, Jesse Sylvia, this is Ali Najad saying so long, and we'll see you next time from Vegas.